Madam Clerk, you are live.
Very good, thank you. It is 5:05 p.m. I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the governing body. Please rise. Councilor Lindell will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilor Garcia will lead us in the salute to the Mexico flag, and Councilor Merriworth will provide an invocation and start remembrances.
Good evening, everyone. I'd ask that we take a moment of reflection, a moment to reflect about our community, the issues that we're all working to address, our roles in providing leadership in the issues that confront this community, the role we play as policymakers, trying to be constructive, collaborative, unifying, and really working together for the good of the community. And I think a lot of times we work in our capacities to listen, to hear the different opinions that are brought to us, to balance the different interests that are presented, and to try to serve the community as a whole in the best manner that we can. And maybe just a pause, just a reflective moment to think about how we conduct ourselves and how we go forward in bringing the community together.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there remembrances tonight? Anyone in particular? Well, no one in particular, but let's keep in mind people in our community and around the world in these troubled times who could use our help, use our constructive, positive engagement. And in the spirit that Councilor Merriworth just advised, let's please always try to act with an attitude of gratitude and appreciation and support for each other and for all. So let's take a minute, bow our heads, and invoke that spirit. Thank you, everybody. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cassett?
Here.
Councillor Castro?
Present.
Councillor Lee Garcia?
Here.
Councillor Michael Garcia?
Present.
Councillor Lindell?
Here.
Councillor Romero Worth?
Here.
Mayor Weber?
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I think it's worth noting Councillor Faulkner is excused. I believe Councillor Chavez will be late, but will be joining us at least for part of this meeting. She's got a lot of obligations that are keeping her on her toes. And as we saw last night, she was zooming in. I think she'll be zooming in tonight when she's able to join us and stay as long as she can. Are there any changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor. Item 9F was removed from the agenda by staff. And I also want to note on item 9S, the caption is incorrect information. The total amount of the contract is $1,223,071.12, not $12,223,071.12.
So does that require any action on our part if we're correcting the amount in real time? Mr. acting city attorney.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, no, I think this is, I think my understanding is that the packet materials have the proper numbers. And so this is to put the public on notice that the
Caption.
itself should match.
And so what is the accurate number? If you could read it one more time.
The accurate number is $1,223,000 or $1,223,071.12.
That's item S.
Yes, sir.
Move to approve as amended.
Is there a second? Very good, Madam Clerk. We're going to have to call the roll. We have some folks who are in remote or hybrid situation.
Certainly. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. And Madam Clerk, on the consent,
On the consent, item 9AH was removed by Counselor Lindell.
very good. Let me mark that on my paper copy here. AH,
Correct.
they are richly endowed with consent items. And that's the only one.
Yes, Mayor.
Very good. Can I get a motion to approve consent as amended then?
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on that motion for me?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes, sorry, still not used to Zoom again.
That's good.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Very good, Madam Clerk. So why don't we begin with presentations, if you would, for those who are watching and listening, read the title for us, and then we'll begin with the presentation from Director Ladd.
The presentation is an updated area median income statistics and Santa Fe Homes program pricing schedule presentation. And we have Director of Affordable Housing, Alexandra Ladd, here to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The memo in your packet, I think, is probably too explanatory. It's 3 pages long, but I will touch on the high points and answer any questions you might have, especially those of you who are new on the council and haven't seen this memo before. The affordability in terms of subsidy is usually determined by cost burden, and we define anything over a third of one's monthly income toward their housing costs as a cost burden. So when we are looking at different pricing schedules and subsidy sources, we use that metric to determine what's affordable according to different income percentiles. These income percentiles, this data is created by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, and released every year for every jurisdiction in the country. So the area median income, also called AMI, for Santa Fe is specific to Santa Fe. I am required by our Santa Fe Homes program to provide this report every year so that the governing body has a sense of what's happening with incomes and pricing and rents. As you can see, incomes went up. Item A in the memo compares 2023 with 2024. Incomes did go up. Normally that would convey more buying power for folks trying to buy a home. Higher income, you can afford a higher mortgage payment. But what also happened last year, when we look at the pricing schedules, we take into account what the prevailing average interest rates from the preceding year are. They went really high. So that counteracts the increase in incomes in terms of buying power, and that brings down buying power. And the two tables in the memo in that item A, you can read vertically shows the change by household size, and horizontally from left to right, it shows the difference in the income percentiles. So obviously 50% of area median income means that as an income earner, you are earning 50% of what the median income is for the community, and then it's adjusted by family size. So what we are doing this year, and this is after many conversations with the nonprofit developers, is we are going to hold our pricing schedule constant from last year. So I have shown the pricing schedule adjusted for 2024, but these are the same prices as last year. The rationale for doing this is we have so many projects that have broken ground, are under construction, are underway, and lots of home buyers already under contract. After discussing this with HomeWise mostly, we just didn't want to destabilize that all of that production and move any goalposts for anyone who is currently under contract. The affordability assessment shows that these prices are well within the affordability range of the folks trying to buy homes. In fact, because the percentiles have been adjusted upward, somebody earning the same income this year as last year may actually be now in a lower income range and able to buy a lower priced home. So we think there's quite a bit of benefit for the home buyers in the market. The final page looks at rents and what's affordable according to the various income percentiles. And this calculation is a little bit less complicated because it doesn't have to take into account interest rates or insurance or any of the other things that the mortgage calculation looks at. So you can kind of see how that pans out. This is based on a third of the person's monthly income. We use a statistic called fair market rent, which is also created by HUD and is unique for each jurisdiction in the country. We calculate an affordable rent, and then we use that gap to calculate for a market rate project that is opting to do the fee in lieu. We will calculate that fee based on that affordability gap. As you can see, after July 1 of 2024, the fee will increase another 20%. So over the last 5 years, it has effectively doubled since when it was first implemented on a permanent basis. But this gives you a sense of how that fee is calculated and the factors that go into calculating that fee. And the other exciting news is that I'm working with 2 market rate developers right now who are going to do the set aside rent restrictions in their projects. So this is fun. They're willing to be guinea pigs because we are building the plane as we're flying it on this one. The subsidized developers, they know what they're doing, but these market rate folks, we're kind of holding each other's hands as we figure out what that looks like and the terms for renting those homes. And we're all really excited because the incentives that were amended into the code a couple of years ago are actually proving to make a difference. So hand in hand with the fee increases, we're starting to see a shift, which is great, exciting. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Very good, thank you. Questions from the governing body? Yeah, Councilor Castro.
Thank you so much, Director Ladd, for a great presentation. And I would like to hear, since we have you here, a little bit about our 5-year plan that we released recently for affordable housing.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Castro, the plan is on our website as a draft. We are collecting some public comment on what
Can I suggest that's not, I don't know, I'm looking at the city attorney. We didn't advertise we were going to be talking about the 5-year affordable housing plan tonight. It is tangentially related to what Director Ladd was presenting, but are we going to dip into waters that should be reserved for a different presentation if we segue to a different document than the one that was advertised and posted?
Members of the governing body, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your cautious approach. I would say that to the extent it relates to the presentation, you can talk about it. There's not any action on this, so I don't feel like there's as much concern on the notice requirements, but again, probably preferable to have it relate to the subject of the presentation.
I retract and I'll be a little bit more specific with what I'm asking.
Thank you, Counselor.
So I did notice that there was about an 18% increase on the top end of wage earners in that report. And I'm seeing something similar here. What does it mean that wages are going up? Does that mean that cost of living is also going up and so our buying power is not the same?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Castro, the median income statistic is a population-wide statistic, so it's not based on stopping people on the streets and asking them what they're earning, right? And it does take into effect cost of living and consumer price index. There are a couple of other data points that HUD looks at, and if you go to the HUD website, they will explain pages and pages of how they do their formula. I've read it 100 times and I cannot tell you how they do it.
Thank you. I appreciate the complexity of that, and I will do my best offline to sit down with you and understand a little better how they get to their final numbers. I appreciate it, Director Ladd.
Thank you. And I think we can reserve another time for a full undertaking of that report. It's a pretty meaty piece of work and it's really important for all of our community. And so let's put an asterisk next to it to come back to at another time and really dig into that other piece of work that was recently distributed to us to get into the affordability housing picture and strategy for our community. Other questions? Councilor Garcia? And Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Director Ladd. How are you? You had mentioned the new rate for the fee in lieu going up July 1st. Do we know what that will be? Just for the public to be aware of what that new rate will be.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, on the page 3, it shows that prior to June 30th or up until June 30th, if we were looking at a 1-bedroom unit, the fee is $976 multiplied by 24.
I'm
And-
sorry, can we silence cell phones when you're in here or set it to stun? Thank you.
And after July 1, the fee is $1,085. So you can see how the 20% increase affects each of the categories, each of the unit sizes.
And that's per unit, correct? For example, for the 1-bedroom, $1,081. And then it increases as the home increases in size. So 2-bedroom, not small. Is it just a flat rate of 1,081 across the board?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, it is specific to the unit size. And some of that's because the fair market rents are higher for smaller units, for instance, for studios. So yet the amount that a household of one, you assume it's a household of one, can afford to pay, that gap's going to be a little bit different than for a 3-bedroom. So it is specific to the bedroom size. On page 4 of the memo, there's a sample calculation so you can see how that actually works, assuming a 300 unit project. So you can see that what we do is we enter in the number of units by the number of bedrooms. So in this example, there are 50 studio apartments, 120 1-bedroom apartments, 100 2-bedroom apartments, et cetera. And then you would multiply that number by 15%, which is the requirement. And then each of those affordable units is then multiplied by that gap number. And then that total number is multiplied by 24. So we're calculating assistance for 24 months for each of those units.
Okay. And so just out of curiosity, given we've got the example right here on page 4 for 300 units, at the 15%, that would be 45 units, right? Am I understanding this chart correctly that they would be paying a fee of $48,000 per month? For 24 months, am I?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, that is correct, except we would collect the fee all at once. So they would pay the 1.157123
So,
million if they write the check before June 30th.
right, so in this instance, 300 unit development, they would pay $1.1 million instead of developing the 45 units.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, they're going to develop the 45 units. Those units won't have rent restrictions.
Well, I mean, they're not going to develop the 45 affordable units. They're going to be market rate.
Correct.
Still on the fee in lieu of, do we know how many developers paid the fee in 2023? Or how much fees were collected in 2023 calendar year?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, I don't know calendar year for 2023. I know that within a 12-month, and it changes every year because development does not follow a calendar timeline. And sometimes we have several projects coming online and sometimes we don't have any projects coming online. But the most recent 12-month amount was $877,000.
And what time period was that covering?
That's 12 months. I don't know the exact calendar dates. I would have to look that up.
If we can get those, that would be much appreciated. And through that $877,000 that was collected through the fee, how many affordable units were not brought into the market? I know those units were developed ultimately, but how many of those, because they paid the fee, how many affordable units were not ultimately brought onto the market?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, it's a little bit more complicated of an answer than that. Because that number represents the revenue that went into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So some of that is in lieu fees. Some of that is also fractional fees. So when we do the calculation, if the number results in a fraction of a unit, obviously you can't build 0.3% of a unit. So you're going to pay a fee for that 0.3, 0.3, I guess. So, and we also have city held liens that are paid off. So that's the total number. I would have to do that research for you. I can't pull that out of the top of my head.
Sure. If we can get that number, that'd be great. Just in regards to, you can give us whole numbers, not necessary. You don't need to put it in fractions, but the number of units that were not developed due to the developer paying the fee. And ultimately, as we keep reiterating, they were ultimately developed, but how many affordable units did not come into the market because the fee was paid through this $877,000? I would like to get that number.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, I would be uncomfortable speculating because that's kind of like trying to prove a negative. We know that a portion of the funding was used to directly support the ability of a renter to pay their rent. So in effect, that they were provided an affordable unit. We also know some of those funds, and I'm just generalizing, I don't know the specific use of those dollars off the top of my head. Some of those funds were used to help subsidize an 100% affordable project. So it's not really, I can't really correlate it, if that makes sense.
Well, I'm not necessarily looking to further explore how the funds were invested. And it should be a simple fix or a simple pulling of data in regards to, well, this developer was required to develop X amount of units and they didn't, so they paid X amount of dollars. And so given you have the figure for the last 12 months of $877,000, the way I would approach this is, how did we come up with that $877,000? Break it up into each individual transaction. Through that transaction, see how many units were ultimately paid for by the fee, and then we go from there. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. I understand where you're saying some of that money was reinvested into affordable housing, but that's not the question. The question was, how many units were not developed by developers because a fee was paid? How many affordable units were not developed? That is the ultimate question, and it just comes back to looking at the agreements that ultimately allow for the developer to pay X amount of dollars. And if we want to make them whole numbers, for example, in this example given, it's a perfect whole number, 45 units. But if it was 305 units, as you mentioned, there's going to be a fraction. We can round down and say, if it would have been 15.5, use the number 15. But what I would like to get a better understanding of how many units, how many affordable units were not created by the developer who ultimately paid the fee. And it shouldn't be that hard for us to figure that out based off of the agreements through the program.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, I can do the math. I can show you the 15% of the units, but I will not state that because the fee was paid, that number of units, that amount of affordability was not provided in the community, because what I'm trying to explain to you is that we're using the fees to provide affordability in a different way, through different avenues.
I understand, Director Ladd, but what you're trying to, I'm not looking at how we invested the funds. What I'm looking at is how many units were not developed because a fee was paid. End of story. And then we can look at how much of the 877,000 went into helping individuals. That's a completely separate scenario, not part of this equation. So I don't understand why it's so problematic and why you're getting so defensive and it's a question. I mean,
Let's not attribute attitude to other people, Council.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, I'd be happy to provide the number, and you can use that number however you would like. I will not state on the record that it was a number of units. I can't prove a negative. I can't say that those units weren't created. For all I know, those projects wouldn't have been built to start with had they not paid the fee. So it's a little bit tricky for me to just give you a data point that isn't really a real data point, other than you can do the math and figure out what the 15% is, which I'm happy to do.
okay. And I think that's a difference of opinions. It is an actual data point because a fee was paid and a unit was not developed. That's a fact. Now, whether they would have not developed it, that's a hypothetical. The fact is that a fee was paid and a unit was not developed. And if you want to give me the records, I'm happy to do it and you don't have to get involved. But this is a number that I definitely would like to get. So with that, no other questions, Mr. Mayor, I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia and then Counselor Merriworth.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that just for clarification, and not just my clarification, but others, that you mentioned a couple of developments that are possibly in the pipeline to be developed. And those would be single-family stick-built houses.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, the two projects I referred to are market rate rental projects that are putting rent restrictions on a certain number of their units in compliance with the inclusionary zoning program. So there are lots of other homes under construction all over town. Our land use staff maintains a map and a pipeline report, and you can look at everything that's under any phase of development or permitting.
Just for visual perspective, we're not talking about two developments that are apartment buildings. We're talking about two developments that may be single-family, stick-built neighborhoods for rent.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, no, we are talking about market rate rental projects because they are entitled to pay the in lieu fee by right. All of our home ownership projects have to include the units.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just, what I'm getting at is that, are these going to be housing communities that are for rent? Which it seems like they are, but they're not going to be apartments where they're attached dwelling units.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, they will be apartments.
Thank you. that was just my main point of clarification. I did want to just kind of make a comment in regards to following income versus what things cost. And I think they really do truly follow each other. And I think the magical what we're all trying to fix here from a policy perspective is how do we bridge that gap between what people earn and what they can afford to pay? And we talked about the 30% of your income, and we can see it all around town where it is harder for people to attain living in this city. And so I think, I know that's the direction that your office is charged with. And I know that there may be differences of opinion as to how to get there. And yet I just, for the sake of transparency and for the sake of having good conversation over things that we all understand and know for sure data. We could have a difference of opinion on how we're getting there, but at the same time, talk about it constructively and know that we have that data for us. So that would be my request, and that was my comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mayorworth?
Thank you, Mayor. Director Ladd, we changed the fee in lieu of schedule in 2019. Is that right? Or 2018? 2018, maybe.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, it was 2019 and it went into effect in 2020.
And the 20% that's referred to in this memo as going up, those changes every year, it's stepping up a little bit for like 5 years, as I recall. Can you remind me what year we're in then? So is this the last year?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, this is the last increase, so it has effectively doubled. The fee has doubled over 5 years.
Great. And before we made these changes, what were we seeing in the market? What led us to make these changes?
Mayor Weber, Carol Romero, sorry, Councilor Romero Worth.
CRW.
I can read. We had not seen a market rate rental project developed in our community for almost 10 years.
Okay. And as a result of these changes, we are seeing market rate rental projects.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, that is correct.
And what's the importance of having market rate rental properties in the market? What is that doing for the problems we face in terms of having affordable places for people?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, it's very much a supply and demand picture. When you constrain supply, the prices reset to the highest ability to pay. So that means for many years, we had kind of junky apartment complexes charging top rents, and they could raise their rents every year because there weren't alternatives. So that meant that the renters with higher incomes could outcompete the renters with lower incomes. As soon as you start bringing on newer inventory, it's more appealing, it has better amenities, it's nicer looking, and the older projects have a couple of choices. They can either lower their rents to keep their renters, or they can make substantial improvements to their properties. So I think it feels a little trickle down economics, but at the end of the day, in the housing world, it's called the filtering effect. And I just saw this study from the Pew Charitable Trust that looked at markets that had added inventory, even higher end market inventory. They saw improvements across the spectrum in terms of closing the gap between the needs and the available inventory.
Okay, so from what you just said, I'm hearing two things. One, we're getting overall better housing stock for people to live in because there's an incentive for the rundown stuff to maybe step it up a little bit. And then two, we are getting affordable units in the market, which we desperately need.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Romero Worth, I think there's never one solution, one size fits
Right.
all. in the
There's no
housing
silver
world.
bullets in this game, or
Right.
we would have figured this out 5 years ago.
That's right. So there is more market rate inventory, but we've also managed, because of the in lieu fee largely, as well as the council's commitment to funding the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, we've been able to invest city money in brand new 100% affordable projects, which leverages an additional anywhere. It's required to leverage $3, but generally those projects are leveraging up to $10. So that's a huge investment also coming from the private sector, from tax credits, from other subsidy sources. So that has kind of another kind of positive market impact.
Right. And so that's a good segue. So the Affordable Housing Trust Fund holds for us money from the fee in lieu, money from that the city has been putting the $3 million now for 3 years. If we include the budget that we just passed, or the work that we're doing for FY24,
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, I believe this is
25,
year-
sorry, FY25.
Yeah, I think this is year 4 because
four,
the
okay.
first year was in the midst of COVID and we were still on Zoom.
Right. Okay, so and then there's a couple other, the sale of city land, I think, is another place where we get fee in lieu dollar. I'm sorry, where we get Affordable Housing Trust Fund dollars.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, that is true. That hasn't been much of a source lately, but I believe we have several deals in the works, so that should bring in some revenue. The other place where revenue comes in is the payoff of city-held liens. So affordability liens are placed on homes that are sold at a below market price. And when that home goes on the market, if another income qualified home buyer can't be found within 60 days, we don't penalize the seller and make them hold on to their home forever. So they are allowed to pay off the lien and sell it on the market.
Okay, and someday maybe the excise tax will go in there if it moves its way through the courts and we get a positive determination at some level. So we have this pot of money, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That money is essentially granted out to our community partners through the work of the Community Development Commission. And that, and for anybody who's listening on the radio, Director Ladd is nodding at me affirmatively. So, and that money goes to creating affordability in the market, in the community, in a variety of ways. Can you speak to those a little bit?
Certainly, Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, the uses of the funds cover everything. I like to say it covers supply side, so actual direct subsidy of the creation, the either building or subsidizing housing so that it's affordable to the eligible income ranges. It also goes to the demand side, so it helps people afford their housing choices. Somebody who maybe has enough income to pay a mortgage but doesn't have a down payment lined up, or can only afford 80% of the price of the home on the market, then we can fill that gap using subsidies. So it goes both ways. And again, it's across the board, from helping with facilities that serve unhoused folks all the way up to helping homeowners pay for emergency home repairs that they couldn't afford so that they can maintain their housing.
Yeah, so I guess I want to get now back to this point of not being able to say for sure what that fee in lieu of money has done to create affordability in the market. I mean, it's complicated, right?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, we can count the number of dollars, we can count the number of people assisted, we can count how many units were partially funded, but it is, it's maybe not quite the right term of art, but it's hard to prove a negative. It's hard to know, like, how much worse would it be had we not invested those funds? So that it is a little bit more complicated than just a simple tally of the numbers.
Yeah, and I guess the only other point I wanted to make was, and a little bit more strongly, is just that we also don't know if we didn't have the fee in lieu of, whether these projects would come forward, right? So that's that's sort of another negative you can't prove. So maybe the projects wouldn't be built at all, but we can't really know whether they would have or they wouldn't have. But based on experience in the history, we're seeing that because we are offering fee in lieu, we are now seeing housing stock being built that we weren't before. So maybe it's not quite the same. I don't know. Maybe I'll get out of this business and you explain it better than me.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, we consulted when we were looking at the amendments originally to the program to try to jumpstart market rate rental development in our community. We spoke to many developers. We looked at their performas. And the thing about rental housing, it's not the creation of the unit that's hard to do because you're already creating the unit. It's paying for that revenue loss month after month after month. And part of that is because the way that banks calculate whether a project is financeable, they want to know that enough profit is going to be made on each unit so that given any unexpected vacancies or roof leaks or anything that requires money to come out of paying them back, that there's still enough to pay them back.
Right. And yeah, I appreciate that point, and we've gotten here before. I know we've talked about this in this setting a number of times, and I think it's a good point in terms of how these things pencil out, and how they're different, how rental properties are fundamentally different than housing that you purchase with a mortgage.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, it's very different from the point of view of the developer, because with a homeownership home, the loss hits once at the time of sale. They're able to calculate that loss into all of their other revenue projections, but also that they can get significant incentives to counteract the loss. And it's because of the way our homeownership nonprofits are set up, they have a lot of support in terms of being able to get buyers right away. The deals almost never fall through at the last minute because these buyers are they're trained, the deals are very well underwritten. On the rental side, we didn't have any of that in the original code written in. We didn't have any support we had the incentives, but we didn't have any of the support because really it's not the upfront cost that's the barrier. It's the every single month losing money on those units. And now, and with the help of these two market rate developers, we're really working on how do we provide some support so that they don't have to worry about how are they finding those renters. And if the renter needs extra assistance with another need or another social service, that this property manager isn't sort of like, this isn't what I do. I don't know how to help this person. They will have a nonprofit to turn to help provide services. And we just had that was never contemplated in the original drafting of the code. So we also made it simpler. There was this very complicated rental schedule and, market rate developers, like, I don't know how to do that. So I think, I'm excited. I think we've made a big step forward in the inclusionary zoning requirement.
Great. Well, I thank you for being here. I thank you for the work that you do and the expertise that you bring, because I do think this is a complicated area. It's easy to have kind of bumper sticker slogans that seem like they make sense. And as I learn more about this, as I dive into it, every time I'm learning more nuance, more things about it. So I really appreciate the help that you bring to understanding this. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I think Counselor Cassett's hand is up on the Zoom screen if you want to have the floor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Director Ladd, for being here. Councilor Maraworth really went through a lot of the questions that I think are really important, but I never want to miss the opportunity when we talk about affordable housing, which, as we know, is the number one issue in this city, that we hear from everybody is really having an impact. That the inclusionary zoning piece is only one component of how we look at creating a healthy housing market. Director Ladd, as you were talking about the aspect of attrition and these naturally affordable units being created through units becoming older and as newer units come on the market, and that really has to do with the supply and demand. But that really works well in a healthy housing market, which at the moment Santa Fe does not have, and then has been a large challenge. And so I think this is more for the conversations with the public, that we do spend a lot of time talking about fee and lieu. And I think that it is really important that we look at our inclusionary zoning, we look at Santa Fe Homes. I know there has been discussions previously about incentives that were supposed to come along with the increase in the fees for the fee in lieu of, and something that, I know I'm currently exploring and working on, with yourself, Director Ladd, who I can't see you, so it feels really weird to talk to nobody. But as well as the land use staff. Oh, hey, Director Ladd, there you are. The land use team and some community partners who are very involved in this. But I think that is so important, that this isn't very cut and dry. And Director Ladd, you brought it up, very clearly. There's a lot of nuance here. There's a lot of different factors that come into play. And essentially what we are looking at overall is affordability in our community. We are wanting to find a way to make sure that anybody who lives here, who works here, can live here, that individuals who grew up here can stay here, that people who want to be here and add to our community can live in this community. And there are going to be a number of different tools and tactics and methods by which that occurs. And so how we look at our inclusionary zoning policy, and as we look at whether or not it needs to be tweaked, that we're not just looking at potentially the fees, we also are looking at, what would incentives look like for developers? How do we really make sure that this is something that can level out, as well as what other policies do we have in place that are going to be really impacting the development of affordable units, and for the ability for individuals who want to build affordable units to be able to do so. So I just wanted to make sure that I brought that comment to the table, as I think we often get very fixated on this one aspect of our inclusionary zoning policy, which is the fee in lieu of for rentals only. And that there are a lot of other pieces that go into the whole when we take a look at how we create a community that people can afford to live in, both in terms of the official definitions of affordability, which we just went over today with area median income, as well as just this being a community that people who potentially don't qualify in that, affordability category, that they are still able to be here, that missing middle. And that is another huge piece that we need to be focusing on, that is really having an extreme negative impact on our community, on the ability for people who are working here to stay here, and that isn't actually addressed by our inclusionary zoning, because they may be making too much to really qualify for those units. So as always, I know this is an area that's extremely complicated. I know I'm very passionate about it. I know we all are very passionate about it, because it is such a huge issue. So Director Ladd, I do want to thank you so much for, as always, bringing this forward, explaining these complex, really, what's the word I'm looking for? The issues that kind of ebb and flow throughout the years as as the economy changes, and as the housing market changes, and as our population changes. So dynamic, that's the word I was going for. So that was all I had to add, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor. Hang on one second. Did you want to go next, Counselor Lindell? And then I think Counselor Castro's hand was up, Counselor, and then you, Garcia.
Sure, I'll try to be brief. So I just wanted to address a little bit about our housing getting better and having better stock. How do we incentivize, for example, you mentioned a developer might buy an apartment complex that wasn't up to standards and they might remodel it. How do we know that they're not going to maybe evict folks and raise those rents?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Castro, we don't in the open market, but in the subsidized market, and generally that's a great source of capital for rehabbing a project. Right now, there are 2 projects that are being renovated on Santa Fe Apartments and Sangre de Cristo Apartments. And that renovation is made possible by refinancing those projects as affordable projects. So they will have land use restriction agreements on them for probably 30 to 40 years. So even if the current owner decides to sell, the next owner buys them with those restrictions in place.
Perfect. That was exactly the answer I wanted. Thank you, Director Ladd, and I see the floor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Michael Garcia, sir, you have the floor. Do you want to go, Counselor Lindell? He's willing to yield the floor.
Director Ladd, how long have you been doing this?
Which part of this?
That's a mean question, isn't it?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, I got my first affordable housing planning job in 1999.
Yep, I've watched you do this for a long time. We've seen a lot of changes. It was confusing a lot of times on what to do. And the data that you collected, talking with contractors out into the whole community. Shortly thereafter you went into this job, I was doing work on the planning commission. Then I ended up working at HomeWise. So we've had a lot of interaction over the years on affordable housing. A lot of discussions on Gonzales Road about it when we walk our dogs. It took me a while to really understand how the fee in lieu benefited us. I know you and I had a lot of discussions about that, and it took a while because it's not easy. But the work that went into it, and it was risky. The results have been really and truly rewarding. To go 10 years without apartments being built was really tragic. And we couldn't continue that way. Every year that we continued on that path was a terrible failure. And we're still paying for that now. We're trying to catch up, and I understand how people don't understand. It is a hard concept. Sometimes you really got to give to get. And I think that that's what we've done with this, and also the complications of financing and developers getting financing and the risk of doing these kinds of developments. It's huge. I know a lot of people in the development business, and it's, you know, it's, they just haven't gone through bankruptcy yet. Most of them get to have that experience at least once in their career. And the marketplace can change on a dime. We've seen that too. 2008, we saw what the recession did. But we've been doing this a long time, and I really want to thank you. What I know about you is that you've put your heart and soul into it, and you have done everything that you knew to do to move us forward with this. And you've been asked the same questions over and over and over again, and your answers are steadfast. They've moved us along in the right direction, even though it hasn't always been easy. And it was, it took a lot to put together the path that we're on. So I just want to thank you for the incredible work that you've done, but also the depth of your caring. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Michael Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I just maybe want to correct for the record that the fee in lieu of program didn't begin in 2020. The increase in the fee is what began in 2020. We started the fee in lieu of program back in 2016, as noted, due to the intention to spur activity. Another hypothetical is, yes, there was 10 years of development, but we had a big gap in there where there was the big recession of 2008 where no development was happening across the country. So we don't know how that economic situation impacted. So I think we can't attribute it that whole 10 years. But in the past, I've been able to get data, and I was able to get data from Director Ladd on the fee and lieu's collected, the multi-permitted families that was developed, and then the affordable units that were permitted. And I have these numbers all the way up to 2021. And Director Ladd, if it's okay, I'll send you this chart. And if I can get the updated figures for 2022 and 2023, because I have from 2016 to 2021. And if we were able to pull the data in this format, I would like to get it for those calendar years, because I think it helps us to tell the story of what is being collected and what is being permitted in regards to development. As also noted earlier, the fee increase schedule stops this year. So after this year, there is no scheduled increase. And so that is why I've requested for legislation to restructure the fee in lieu of program. That legislation has been sitting with the city attorney's office for a couple months now. And I want to make sure that we work towards restructuring this program that will begin to prioritize the development of affordable housing. Because what we've seen, unfortunately, is that developers pay the fee versus the housing being developed. And I know that there's conversation potentially around looking at other incentives, but usually what we've seen in the past is a developer will develop a park, and then that park then might fall under the purview of the city. Well, I appreciate the park being developed, but that causes me great concern because we aren't even taking care of our parks right now. And to take on an additional park instead of having the housing, I would rather have the housing for our residents than an additional park at the moment that the city is ultimately might not be able to take care of. Because what I've heard time after time after time from constituents is we need housing units and we need them now. And what the fee in lieu of has unfortunately allowed developers to not develop those affordable units and have those on the market. So I'm hopeful that the legislation that I've requested will be able to come out of the city attorney's office soon, because this is an issue that I want to get addressed quickly, promptly, and get affordable units back into the market and put people in homes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Maraworth?
So feel like there might be some confusion here. The fee in lieu was to incentivize market rate rental units,
Mayor Weber, Counselor Romero Worth, that's correct.
not the development of affordable housing.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Romero Worth, that is correct.
But if we get enough money in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the money that we grant out could be used to develop affordable housing.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Romero Worth, that is correct.
And that is what we are hoping with, if we are ever able to impose an excise tax on the transaction of the sale of multi-million-dollar homes over the $1 million amount. We will be able to create some capacity in that fund to do more to actually develop affordable housing.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Romero Worth, that is the intention of funding the trust fund. And because it is local funding, it can be flexible, so it can be used to leverage a lot of other kinds of investment as well.
Right. And just to be clear, again, because I feel like this is a little bit helpful in understanding, is that the other money you're referring to, I believe, is the CDBG money, which is very restricted. It has a lot of rules around it. But this Affordable Housing Trust Fund money that's not CDBG is, or that this pot is different when you say local money.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Romero Worth, that's correct. We do follow the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act requirements, which allows the exemption under the anti-donation clause to use governmental resources in support of affordable housing.
Okay, I just think that's an important clarification here. We're not going to be developing affordable housing with the fee in lieu, because that's not what it's not the reason. Well, other than what we're incentivizing in the market with fee in lieu is not development of affordable housing, but the money that we get from it could be used to develop affordable housing.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Romero Worth, that's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have now.
Thank you. Counselor Cassett, your hand's up. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to touch, I may have misheard, but I heard Counselor Michael Garcia mentioned something about incentives having to do with parks. Counselor, could you clarify that for me?
Counselor Garcia, did you hear the
Sure.
question?
Happy to clarify, Counselor Cassett. So in the instance, we're Midtown, for example, when Councilwoman Renee Villarreal and myself tried to eliminate the fee in lieu of at Midtown, there was some other opinion in regards to, well, we don't want to eliminate the fee in lieu of, but we can incentivize the development of other supports to the development of Midtown, whether it be parks, infrastructure development, et cetera.
Got
And
it.
so-
Okay. That's good. I got it now. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I just want to clarify, and you're right, that was one of the conversations around that specific property at Midtown. However, the incentives I was referring to are not specific to Midtown, but rather they do have to do with how do we actually get more affordable units developed throughout the city for private development. So I just wanted to make sure that that clarification was made, as this would not be incentives around other community benefits. That was a very specific for the Midtown campus. But the incentives that I had referred to that need to be part of a larger affordable housing strategy have more to do with how we can provide incentives and assistance to developers that are really dedicated to provide or to building affordable units, so smaller developments that create those missing middle housing units that I was referring to before. So just wanted to make sure that was clarified. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Been a very productive dialogue about the focus on affordable units and how the numbers change that are provided to us. Director Ladd, did you want to speak to something?
Mayor Weber, I just wanted to thank you and the council for the time tonight. I always enjoy having this conversation in public because it is complicated and interesting and affects a lot of the well-being of our community. So I appreciate that. Councilor Garcia, as soon as I receive the table from you, I'm happy to update it. I appreciate the nudge to do so. We do update the data every year, but it's always nice to have a reason to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was going to say pretty much what you just said, Director Ladd. This is obviously the highest priority in our community, has to do with affordable and workforce housing. We've been making steady progress. If you do the math, as Councilor Garcia was asking for, 10-year period, roughly 08 to 18, fewer than 200 units per year were permitted. You can say it was because of the recession. You can say it was because there was no incentive. You can say it was because development was difficult. Housing is a complex economic and social challenge. We do know that as of last year, according to our land use department, almost 1,000 units were permitted. You can say it's because the economy's healthier. You can say it because I saw how much work you did over the period of more than a year to reach out to developers and to the community of housing experts to get advice on how to completely restructure the inclusionary zoning ordinance. You offered much more flexibility. You offered many different doors that developers could go through, including one that was, I think, the most creative of all, which was come sit down and we'll work with you in a constructive way to get more housing built, because it is not an adversarial relationship. It has to be based on a recognition of the collaborative benefit of building more housing and the cascading effect that more housing has. Our work isn't done. There's more ways to address this critical need. Every city in America is confronting it. I think the progress that's been made has been demonstrable. And yet we are not all in agreement about the best way to incentivize and structure our relationship with developers and with neighborhoods so that we're doing things that don't just build housing, but build neighborhoods and community. And at the end of the day, we don't want to just see housing stock. We want to see all kinds of places for people to live across the economic and sociological spectrum, but we want to do it in a way that helps neighborhoods maintain livability and high quality of life. And I know that's part of your mandate as well. So thank you for engaging in this. We'll do it some more, and we won't wait for HUD to give us a prompt. We'll do it on our own. Thank you, Director Ladd.
Thank you.
I want to note that I did get a text from Councilor Chavez. I think she's had to drop off. She was here with us for a while, but she's still dealing with some of the issues she had last night. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item on the agenda then?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. The next item is item 9AH. It's a request for approval to dispose of 11 fleet vehicles and associated equipment via government-to-government transfer with the Anthony Police Department, Magdalena Marshal's Office, and the State of New Mexico Corrections Department in accordance with the Santa Fe Police Department's fleet replacement policy. And we have Deputy Chief Ben Valdez here for questions.
Great. I'll entertain a motion, and then Councilor Lindell, you're the one who pulled this off the calendar, and you can direct your questions to the chief.
To approve.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor. Councilor Lindell, did you want the chief to describe the program a little bit? No?
We talked about this last night at finance, and I just we have these vehicles, and the ones that we're donating to other places are vehicles that we did some quick math last night and determined that they were worth approximately $80 through our auction process. And
80,000. not 80.
80,000, thank you, 80K. I just, fiscally, don't feel like, it's proper for us to do these donations when we could put, $80,000 into our own general fund. I know that we've done it in the past, but, we have lots of needs and, I'm not, I'm not really clear, that we benefit, $80,000 worth by doing this. So I would prefer that we sell the vehicles. I'm certain that this will, pass, but I'm not able to support it. That's why I pulled it.
Thank you, Counselor. Chief, did you want to provide for the rest of the governing body and the public the rationale for this approach rather than the one that Counselor Lindell, or a third approach that could have been done in other instances? Why are we offering this to our colleagues in other communities?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to share this. During yesterday's committee, I shared with the Finance Committee that there was a request made by the Anthony Police Department, the Magdalena Sheriff's Marshal's Office, and the Department of Corrections here in Santa Fe, where they had some dire needs for some vehicles to be able to provide services there, area of operations for like the prison and then for communities. Looking back at the memos, half of Magdalena Marshal's Office, their fleet was lost due to vandalism. So they made a request to see if we could help them out with this. And then the Anthony Police Department, Chief Ordonez requested assistance with vehicles because they were blessed with getting funding for 4 additional police officers for their community. But with the current situation in supply chain, they didn't have the vehicles to be able to provide to those staff members to protect and serve their community. The request was made because we are disposing of vehicles that we have. Prior to offering these vehicles up to other agencies, they were first offered up to city departments within the city. As we dispose of additional vehicles through our replacement, there will be other opportunities for the city as well. And like I shared with Councilor Lindell and the rest of the committee, they get the pick of the litter. So they get to take first pick on what they can use. So if it can't be utilized here in the city, we can do that. Again, this is a request. I think it's a good expression of goodwill to help these folks who are in a challenging situation, but I'm prepared to accept whatever the recommendation is from the council. Again, this is a request. Our role is just disposing of the vehicles, and there's different avenues, and I'm open to anything that is provided by direction requested by the council.
Thank you, sir. Yes, let's go to Counselor Castro and then Counselor Garcia.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief. So my understanding is if we do not donate these vehicles, they will go to auction.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Costa, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The New Mexico Corrections Department's on here for 4 vehicles. I mean, I understand the other 2 entities are much smaller and financial capacity might not be there, but I think it's a bit different situation for the New Mexico Corrections Department. I have a real hard time donating to the state when the state is flushed with resources right now. I mean, if you can maybe help me understand that donation.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that was just a request made by the staff to the warden at the Corrections Department. They've asked several years. This was the first year that we were able to see if we can accommodate the request, but I'm good with whatever recommendation that we want to do. If we want to assist Magdalena and Anthony and let corrections find a different way, I'm okay with that. Or if we want to send them all to auction, I'm also okay with that. Again, I'm just conveying the request that they made to us. And that request has to be approved by this body. And for us to dispose of vehicles, that also has to be approved by this body. So if directions given with approval on this, that you want everything to go to auction, we will fulfill that that motion. You know, either way, we're disposing of the vehicles. This is just a request that's being conveyed to this body by the 3 organizations that contacted us.
Okay. And when you said the staff made a request to the warden, which staff was that? Was it correction staff or was it city staff made the request to the warden?
The request is made by Joe Montoya, who's the fire safety officer at Corrections, through Charlene Hagerman, who's the warden at the Department of Corrections at the Penitentiary, New Mexico.
Okay. When we'd be, and I don't know if this is a question for the chief, but when would we have an auction for these vehicles? When is the next one planned?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we are planning an auction that'll occur later on this year. That'll be for vehicles, equipment, and other items that the city has that it needs to dispose of via public disposal via auction. So that's one option that we have. The vehicles that we do have that are functional, we have contract with properroom.com. They dispose of property and items that are eligible for disposal. We utilize them for our excess inventory that we have in the evidence room as well. So as long as the vehicles can run and they can pick them up, they can get them, put them on public auction. Those can go as quickly as they can pick them up and get them auctioned off. And then the city gets those funds back into the general fund. If there's any vehicles that we cannot dispose of via that avenue, then we'll go through the conventional process with the city later on this year. And if there's any vehicles that remain from that point that are not suitable to be auctioned via properroom.com or through the public auction, then we would send them to a auto recycler to be crushed, and then those funds will be deposited into the city's general fund at that point. So depending on the condition of the vehicle, there's some that are still functional. There are some that are wrecked. And depending on the condition, sometimes if they are wrecked, they can still be auctioned. Some people do find parts that are still valuable on those, but others may be beyond the point where they can go to the auction process and may need to be disposed of via a car recycler.
Counselor, there's work underway right now by our team to begin the process of soliciting items for an upcoming auction. And it cuts across all of our departments and covers a wide array of items, but that call has gone out in the past few weeks to begin the process of collecting auctionable items.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And DC, quick question. Are we the only municipality that was willing to help these other local governments, or are there other agencies that are willing to donate vehicles as well?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, I know for Anthony and Magdalena, they're hoping that this works out for them. Again, Magdalena, they have six staff in the marshal's office. They only have 3 vehicles. They do have some on order, but due to supply chain, they're facing some challenges. They were queued up to be delivered sometime around now. As of late, when I saw them about 2 or 3 weeks ago, they're still waiting for the vehicles to arrive to just get upfitted. So I know they're in a challenging situation. Anthony PD's in the same situation as well. So they're hoping that this works out. But again, if this is not an avenue for them, they'd have to find another way.
Given you said Magdalena's, they're any day now, or they should be getting their new vehicles, could we do a loan and then we get our vehicle back to them?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, that would be new territory. I'm not sure how that process would work. I know from a risk management standpoint, if we do send an asset or a resource for like mutual aid, for instance, we should send that with accompanying crew. So loaning of a vehicle, I think, would require MOUs and other things of that nature to occur. And it may make it more challenging. At that point, it may be either more prudent for us to either just dispose of the vehicle or just transfer it from government to government. I think the midway point would be challenging for us to manage. And again, the effort versus what the result will be might be, more effort put into it than we're going to get.
Gotcha. And I guess last question for you is, have we ever been the recipient of donations in the past?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, we absolutely have been. We received equipment from the FBI when we stood up our EOD team. They gave us a F6 robot, which is necessary to have a team. That robot is, I think currently right now, it goes for about $500,000 to $800,000, depending on what kind of features it has. We've also received various pieces of equipment and vehicles through the 1033 program through the U.S. government. We have since ceased our participation in that probably about 1.5 to 2 years ago. So we don't utilize that avenue, but there have been times when we have received equipment or vehicles from other entities. One of our armored vehicles that we have that we received back in 2006 was provided to us by the state of New Mexico through a state Homeland Security program, and we were one of, I think, about 4 or 5 recipients of that vehicle, which were dispersed throughout the state. So there has been occasions where we have been on the receiving end of equipment and assistance. And again, for us, if we're able to help people, that's what we're trying to do. I know from both of these folks, we meet with them probably about quarterly for our meetings. It would really do a great deal of work to help them out in their community. And that's why they made the request. I think they saw us as being, again, when we say we're one of the best agencies or the best in the state, we have a great reputation for that. And I think they just reached out to us for assistance, and they've seen how we police, and the manner we provide services. It's always with kindness and professionalism. So that may have driven them. I'm not sure if they solicited requests from other agencies from throughout the state, but I do know just from what they share with me, what situation they're in right now and why they made the request.
Okay. That was a piece of new information. I didn't know it was us solely they reached out to, so they haven't put out the call for help to anybody else either, that they need support in these vehicles.
I'm not sure if they've reached out to others, but I know they've reached out to us, and they've been checking in regularly to see what the status is. They haven't shared with me that, hey, we're good, we got our vehicle order in, or we found another way. They were waiting for an update after this meeting to see how everything went. So that's, I'll deliver whatever the outcome is after this, be the case.
I mean, I know you're requesting 11 vehicles, what if it was cut down to half? Because I think at the end of the day, these are vehicles paid through taxpayer dollars here in Santa Fe. And if we're gonna liquidate them, the taxpayer dollars should stay here. But I also understand wanting to support neighboring communities, because that's what we do in New Mexico. We support each other. And if there's a way for us to do both, have some revenue come back to us, but also provide some assistance to the community, I'd be open to any thoughts you might have, any recommendations. So I'll leave that with you, DC. No other questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I think we've got hands up on this side, Counselor Merriworth and then Counselor Garcia. Counselor Garcia, you go first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the discussion, and I know that we did have, information at finance yesterday. When I look at the overall amount of vehicles that are being disposed of, and I see the amount of the vehicles that can be repurposed for other agencies, I think that being the good neighbor is kind of, how does this goodwill come back to us in a sense, and how can we support others? I do see the money aspect, but if we reduce that, then let's just say, for example, we take out the vehicles that are going to the corrections department. It's maybe about 38% of the useful vehicles that can be utilized. And so does that justify the other not doing them and giving to the others? And so it just seems to me that if they are units that will, what happens to a unit when it goes to auction? Even if it's one of these vehicles that could be repurposed and used in the same fashion, when it goes to auction, what happens to that vehicle?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia. So we decommission the entire vehicle. We take out all the emergency equipment. So to the extent possible, it looks like a standard vehicle. So with these vehicles, they come equipped right now. If we were to transfer them, all they would need to do is put their radios in a program, the ones that, if they are compatible, put some decals on it, and do some standard maintenance, and they should be ready to get it on the street and provide services. But if we do decommission them, we take everything out, and so any police equipment that would be on it, emergency equipment, radio consoles, that kind of stuff, those things are coming out. But once it does go to auction, I know because we did look at this and try to see if there's an opportunity when we were running short and fleet. If we could participate in an auction from like, let's say, state police, buy some of their vehicles, that would have been pretty cumbersome. And I think that's why they have the avenue for a government to government transfer, because we would be trying to navigate our procurement process and the method of how to do auctions. It makes it kind of a challenging process.
So then, once all that equipment is removed, is it disposed of or is it repurposed for another vehicle?
Depending on the condition of the items, if they can be repurposed, we usually by this point we strip them out. So if it has been usable to us, it's already been stripped out and it's on a shelf waiting to be used if there's repairs needed or if it needs to be swapped out with a device that does not work. Oftentimes, a lot of the equipment that's on it, like push guards, partitions, they are auctioned off in a lot. So they'll put them on a pallet and they'll go based on what that lot will go for. Sometimes they're utilized by other folks, maybe in the film industry, or some folks will find the material if it has metal and they'll see what they can get at scrap for it. But they usually go off in a pallet and they're auctioned off.
Thank you. So obviously the unit as it is functional or police standard would be the best use for that vehicle.
Counselor Garcia, it would for the purpose that they have right now. It already has all the equipment because they don't have to upfit it. They just have to make it work for what their needs are.
What does it cost to outfit one of these vehicles with all the necessary equipment?
For a new vehicle build, just labor alone, if you just pay for labor alone, you're looking at about anywhere from $5,000 to $8,000 in labor just to upfit the equipment, plus the cost of equipment. So for our new vehicle builds, for example, we usually purchase the vehicles for about $48,000, and then we put in an additional about $35,000 into those vehicles with current equipment. And of that 35,000, about 5,000 to 8,000 is labor, because they have to map everything out and connect.
So again, just kind of putting my thought process around this, and if we donate these to another agency, they would theoretically save that amount of money retrofitting another vehicle and getting it prepped and ready for the streets for an officer to utilize.
Yes, sir, it would. And that labor cost at this point, we really don't recoup that labor cost. For us, that's kind of an absorbed cost that we have over the life of the vehicle for that labor to upfit it.
And then at the end of the day, these are municipalities or they are state agencies that could use them. So the thought process around who gets first dibs, I guess, on units. And I know that when vehicles are going to auction, at times it's you get the pick of the litter, whoever it is in your own agency. After that, it goes to the next tier and the next tier and the next tier until you finally decide, okay, nobody wants it, put it to auction. That's usually the protocol.
Yes, Counselor. And sometimes in advance, like we work with the city departments, especially we know streets and parks. They've been the recipients of our vehicles before, like our pickup trucks that we've had for animal services or public safety aids. And some vehicles, they still continue on serving the city in a different capacity. And if we know we're going to have a rotation coming up, again, we usually give them first dibs. For what I can see, even with the fire department, a lot of their pickup trucks also continue on in service in the city. The ones that we see probably the least interest are sedans, and sometimes some of the SUVs, but the trucks, the SUVs, those are desirable for in the city. It allows them to also refresh what they have. And there's just opportunities that we try to do because we try to help other departments and give them a heads up on what we're looking at on our schedule so they can plan for it. We also coordinate that through the finance department and their maintenance division. So they know that that vehicle may stay on, they can continue with parts, service, they'll have their mechanics ready to continue, keep them in service. They just may not fit the need for service in the police department based on, again, our criteria that we have based on years, wear, mileage, and so on.
I guess that's those are all the questions that I had, and I believe that from this perspective, once we whittle it down to really truly the corrections, yes, they can probably go out and procure new vehicles, but can they use these vehicles in this current state that they are? And I think that is a useful use for them. At the end of the day, it is all of our taxpayers' dollars from the state level to the county to the city, and yeah, I'd like to keep some of that money for us, but at the same time, I think that a little bit of goodwill goes a long way.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mayor Worth and then Counselor Cassett.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Lee Garcia, for that point. It's the same one I'd like to make, is the goodwill that we create by helping out our smaller communities and honestly the state as well. I mean, I'm sure that there have been times when they have helped us out. And so can you comment on that? I mean, I think having good relations with the state and, you know, if these are vehicles we don't need anymore and we're able to give them something and it really helps them out, especially given the supply chain issues we're having, doesn't that, you know, help us with them? And they certainly help us out quite a bit.
Mayor Weber, Councilmember Worth, thank you for that. And I appreciate you bringing up that point. I know for us, we really depend on, especially the state corrections, our Santa Fe County folks, from their corrections department. When we have fiestas, when we have Zozobra, and we have a number of other agencies from throughout the region and state, both local, federal, and state, that helps out with those events. We're on the eve of I'd say one of the largest events that we'll have in the city in August with the 100th anniversary of Zozobra. So that goodwill does help out. A long time ago, we used to do it on our own, and the sheriff's office would help us out from time to time, but now we put out a request for assistance through our emergency management office, and we get folks that come from across the region and even from across the state that bring in assets that can help us for events in the community. And those are really good because those are good events. And if we ever had a situation where we had a crisis situation, I'm hopeful that they will also come and assist us at our time of need. And we have seen instances of that in the last couple of years as well. We've had times of need and everyone's just come to help us out, including the state. You know, New Mexico State Police has been an amazing ally of ours serving our community. And even today, it's amazing the relationship that we have with both our sheriff's office and the state police and what we partner and do to serve our community, because it takes a team. And I'm really happy where we are in that aspect. And it even transcends our professions, because even the fire department, state, and everyone else, they all come together and work together. You know, it's a good thing for us to have that. It really is. And it does help foster good relationships.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, Anthony, New Mexico, we may not be able to create too much goodwill. They may not have a whole lot that they can do given their small size. But then I guess, you know, it comes back to also to our values of, you know, when we can help somebody smaller, maybe not with the same resources, and it's not that big a deal for us. We've used these vehicles. They're at the end of their life for us, but somebody else has a life with them. I think also just in terms of sustainability, I'd like to see them get, you know, if there's another place where they can get some more use. I mean, I suppose if at auction, but then I also wonder about the staff work involved here and what's our return on investment of making you guys jump through a bunch of hoops to do a variety of things just so we can realize what's really a small amount of money, but I think creates, again, really big, we have the opportunity to create some goodwill and improve our relationships. And I know you work even with the other officers and Anthony on statewide policy too. So, and you share information about how you all function, what your procedures are. There's a lot of cross communication with the associations you all are involved in. So I don't know. This is a tricky one, but I think there's some good things that come to us from making this arrangement in this moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. And I think Counselor Cassett's hand is up. You have the floor, Counselor Cassett.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Lee Garcia and Councilor Maraworth. Very similar comments on the same line of the importance of creating goodwill and the intergovernmental cooperation and collaboration with different municipalities or the state. And then Councilor Maraworth, you just spoke to the return on investment in terms of the time that it would take for staff to actually put these to auction. And Councilor Lee Garcia, you brought up how they're outfitted. So DC Valdez, I think that'd be if you could elaborate on that a little bit more. It does sound like it's quite an effort to actually get these out to auction. And is that time really, could it be utilized in other ways at that juncture? I know that we have a lot of things that we are working on that need attention. If you might be able to speak to that.
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, thank you for that. And again, we'll execute the will of the council. But again, it will save us some time with not having to decommission them. And but on the notion of goodwill, just something that I'm very proud of is we have a really amazing position here in Santa Fe because we have the State Academy here in Santa Fe. And those officers that go to Anthony PD and Sierra Magdalena, oftentimes they come to the academy in Santa Fe. And I think them knowing that we support them, what they do. I'm pretty sure that these cars will probably not go to the most senior person in the department. I could be wrong, but it's likely to go to the most junior person. And as people go through their journey in life, things may change. And maybe their career will bring them here to our area. And they'll remember that act of goodwill that we did. And I always think that always serves us well because one thing that Councilmember Worth brought up is our allies in the association and how we work together to better our state. And again, just having that type of ability to go and provide this type of assistance to another agency, it's really valuable to us. And I think it may not be, can't quantify it monetarily, but I think just with the act itself of kindness, I think that'll go a long way in our state amongst people that would receive it. And those that would know that, hey, we stepped in to help out these agencies that were in need when they had a challenge that faced them.
Yeah, thank you so much, DC Valdez. I really appreciate that. And I do agree with Councilor Mayor Worth. This speaks to our values. This speaks to our values as New Mexicans. I do not believe that we're divided. I mean, there's interconnectivity between our entire state and all of our communities. And also there very well may be a time that we need assistance from either one of these municipalities or government agencies or another one. And as DC Valdez brought up, we already do really rely on our partnerships for some of our large events that we have coming up. So I am in favor of approving this as is. As Councilor Lee Garcia brought up, there's a large list of vehicles that are on here as well that are being disposed of in different ways. So these 11 for them to be able to continue to provide safety in the state of New Mexico is something that I'm in favor of. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments? We have a motion on the floor. Did you want to come back in, Councilor Castro? Did you have something to add? Any other comments? We have a motion. We've had discussion. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell.
No.
Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Castro,
No.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item on the agenda, please?
Certainly, Mayor. The next item on the agenda is item 10. It's action item discussion agenda. 10A is a request for approval of a memorandum of agreement with Santa Fe County regarding investigation, modeling, and planning for known PFAS contamination at the Santa Fe Regional Airport. And we have the Public Utilities Director, John Dupuy, here for questions.
I'd entertain a motion and then we'll get into the substance.
To approve.
There's a motion to approve. There's a second. I think this is a item I know of great interest to people across the community. Maybe before we go to questions, Director Dupuy, you can, for the benefit of the governing body and also anyone who's listening, watching, talk a little bit about what the memorandum of agreement provides for.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Ultimately, this memorandum of agreement formalizes the cooperation between the city and county on the emerging contaminant known as PFAS that was recently classified as emerging contaminant by the EPA and enabled emergent contaminant funding to become available through programs like the New Mexico Environment Department. And initial cooperation between the city and county occurred on a joint application that resulted in a offer for a $459,000 grant to the county. Ultimately, it needs to be awarded to one entity, and that's appropriately with the county, given the down gradient potential of the known PFAS at the Santa Fe Regional Airport. That understanding of PFAS contamination was formally identified through an investigation by the Army National Guard at the AASF, maybe our city attorney or assistant city attorney can help me with the abbreviation if it's of concern, but it's the facility that the Army National Guard operated for aviation support. And that investigation made it known, so then that made funding eligibility available. And ultimately, we want to cooperate. We want efficient expenditure of funding, and ultimately not reproducing work because it's of significance to both of us, given that groundwater is our most resilient resource against drought, and protection from PFAS is essential. And if there's any additional questions or further explanation you'd require, Mayor, please ask.
Sure, I'm sure the governing body may have questions for this item. Is there a hand up? Anybody want to ask Director Dupuy about the agreement? All good. Councilor Merriworth and then Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Dupuy, for being here. I mean, essentially what we're doing here is making sure that we're working collaboratively, constructively with the county around this shared interest, to make sure we're not duplicating efforts, to make sure we're not leaving any kind of gap because we're operating in silos. We're basically recognizing a common threat and using this to work together to address it.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Merriworth, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Councilor Lee Garcia, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Dupuy. Who from the city is charged with in collaborating with the county over this memorandum? Is there a certain specific person?
Mayor Weber,
Office.
Councilor Garcia. Currently, that would be assigned to the wastewater division director, Mr. Michael Dozier. He currently is overseeing PFAS sampling and study for PFAS in that area. And so it makes sense having him lead the interaction between the city and the county for this purpose.
How will we be getting reports back from Mr. Dozier to the governing body as to where we're at with this investigation of the PFAS issues?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, ultimately, there is a requirement for this county to share any reports, data, et cetera, with us. So as we receive it, we'll definitely make it available. I know that the county has stood up a webpage that enables the more direct and quick dissemination of any information. And that included, outreach to the public on awareness, including town hall type meetings. So I expect those to be forthcoming and continued as the project progresses.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Director. I think it's worth just spending 1 minute because you referred to the work that has already been undertaken by you and your team to just make sure the community knows that the city has been doing sampling, doing evaluation, running tests. I I know I didn't anticipate asking you this, so you may not have the details at your fingers or your fingertips, but maybe you could, for the benefit of the public, just talk about the work that has been going on, when it started, how comprehensive you have been to make sure that we're testing and sampling our own water and ground to see how we stand with PFAS in Santa Fe.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, for the opportunity to elaborate. There's sampling of all of the sources of water that we use for our drinking water that have been conducted for PFAS with zero occurrences of PFAS in our sources for potable drinking water. And we've known that there is PFAS in the influent from sampling what's coming to the wastewater treatment plant. And so there's cooperation with NMED that we developed a voluntary, I think it's called a PFAS sampling plan for the area that was historically used for land application of sludge from the wastewater plant. And so that work is just recently underway, and ultimately we'll share that information. It'll be, work that is a little bit ahead of what the funding that's being made available from NMED Clean Water, or I think it's Clean Water State Revolving Fund. And that'll just supplement what the funding is able to accomplish.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Director Bui? We have a motion. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your being here. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
The next item on the agenda, Mayor, is matters from the city manager.
Mr. Blair.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I hope you're all doing well. First, just want to say, since we last met, the city turned in its third annual financial audit in 10.5 months. I'm incredibly proud, particularly of Director Emily Oster, our finance director, her team, but everyone in the city who's really committed to improving the way the city conducts its audits in a really modern, professional 21st century way. It's taken some change in leadership. It's taken some new technology. It's taken a number of new processes and procedures for the city to follow, but it's a big deal, and I'm incredibly proud of our team. Would also like to thank State Auditor Joseph Maestas for his cooperation. I know that they're working to help us get the 23 audit out the door as quickly as possible, and they've been a great partner in this, and we're grateful for that. Want to have a huge congratulations for everyone involved in the Santa Fe Big Read, particularly Community Services Director Maria Sanchez Tucker and Library Director Margaret Neal. Once again, it was a huge success and a great team effort on the part of the city of Santa Fe. While we're at it, want to give a huge thank you to all the staff involved in making the State of the City speech last week a big success. For everyone who set up the table, provided information, talked with residents, but especially Alex Matas from our community engagement team, who just did an extraordinary job, and Isabella Sharp, who not only was best in her tail all day to make the State of the City event happen, make the press conference happen before that, but when we had a medical emergency at the last minute, she didn't blink before stepping up and serving as the MC for the event. And the team just does really such an extraordinary job, and couldn't be more proud of them. Beyond that, sir, just want to flag for folks that Juneteenth is now a city holiday for the second year. We'll talk about that at the next meeting, but the city government will be closed on Juneteenth. And flagging for everyone, we're heading into Pride for the city of Santa Fe. We'll be sharing a calendar invite for the counselors as well, that we're hopeful you all will be able to participate with the city of Santa Fe in the parade on June 29th. We'll put a hold out there on your calendar very soon. And with that, Mayor, have a great night. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. It is now about 6 minutes to 7. And rather than going to the city attorney and into an executive session, I would entertain a motion to move our agenda so that we take petitions from the floor at this time, and then after that, resume our regular order.
Moved.
Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on amending our agenda so that we move to petitions from the floor starting at about 5 minutes to 7?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. So with that, I know there are people in the in this chamber who would like to come forward and come to the podium and have an opportunity to speak to anything that is not a public hearing tonight. There are, I'm sure, people on the Zoom as well. We'll give everyone a chance to come forward and speak. The clerk will keep the clock. We'll have a 2-minute period for anyone who wants to come forward and talk at this time.
Mayor, I have a point of order.
No.
I just am looking at our rules about public participation in public hearings. And I want to note that we do ask that all remarks be addressed through the presiding officer to the governing body as a whole and not to individual members. And that is our governing body rules, part of the protocol of this chamber. And I just want to remind people as we move into this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. So please, anyone who's here who wants to speak about any matter, please come forward. Now is the time to take the opportunity for a 2-minute petition from the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. My name is Nicoletta Monroe. I'm from District 1. Speaking on today's meeting on the topic of our procedural rules. In 2016, the City Council convened a rules committee to review rules of procedure. Democratic Party of Santa Fe County took a stand on a rule being proposed at that time to eject a citizen for disruptive speech. I understand that some of you were not here in 2016. I'm giving you background. The proposed rule fought from the Democratic Party in 2016 was the ejection rule. And it was fought because it was considered a violation of freedom of speech. The premise, are you following me? The premise that citizens at a public meeting be heard regardless of viewpoint is a foundation of democracy. The Democratic Party effectively stopped the ejection rule. And the council adopted Resolution 2016-64 Rules of Procedure without a rule to remove a citizen for speech. Unfortunately, the council adopted new rules of procedure in 2022 that include a rule to eject a citizen for disrupting during a public hearing. Section 5G4E states, any violation of these rules could result in removal from the public hearing. In addition, the new rules of procedure adopted in 2022 reduce minutes for the public to speak from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. This is an issue. The 2-minute rule formerly was just when there were many people to speak. I've got another paragraph that I'd like to read that's important.
Can you pass it over to the clerk?
Certainly.
We'll make sure that the governing body has
I'll
a
submit it
chance
for
to
the
read it.
record, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Christina M. Castro. I am in District 1 homeowner. I wanted to speak to the proposal to reinstall the De Vargas Monument as well as the sculpture of the two Pueblo runners. In June of 2020, Three Sisters Collective, the organization I co-founded, came to Mayor Weber to request for the consideration of removal of 3 monuments here in Ogapoge proper. At our action in the plaza to celebrate your subsequent public announcement, Mayor Weber, to remove the 3 monuments. It was then that you expounded upon your Jewish faith, inserted yourself into our prayer circle, and when we afforded you the opportunity to speak, I recall you saying something to the effect of you having to decide which side of history that you wanted to be on, even going so far as to quote religious scripture. When those folks occupied the obelisk, it was you, Mayor Weber, who called one of our members asking for their advice, as well as later inviting our input for your failed chart process. Now in 2024, we've been excluded for a good old boys club of toxic Pueblo patriarchs, none of who live in the city, mind you. And the Caballeros de Vargas are now y'all's friends. The anti-indigenous, low-key, white supremacist Spanish Catholic religious fraternal organization. So much for separation of church and state. Can we maybe one day let the genocidal era of Spanish colonialism die so that indigenous people can finally heal? Let's not forget what happened on September 28th when Jacob Johns nearly lost his life due to being shot by a white supremacist, Hispanic white supremacist at a peaceful, prayerful demonstration to oppose the reinstallation of the Oñate statue in Española, as well as the summer of 2020 when Scott Daniel Williams was shot 8 times in Albuquerque at T-Way Park for standing against these monuments. This is, I'm really sad to see this, what do you call it? The equivalency or this attempt at equating De Vargas with the Pueblo runners and wanting to reinstall these at the same time. This false equivalency is kind of gross. When De Vargas and his people came to in what they call the bloodless reconquest, that was an act of genocide and oppression against Pueblo people, whereas the 2 runners were acting in effort to preserve our culture. So this false equivalency is gross.
Thank you.
frankly.
Thank you for being here.
Mhm.
Hello, my name is Sierra. Hello, Mayor Weber and Councilor Lindell, District 1. I would like to ask, what is this city's fascination with keeping the memory of violence and the subjugation of Indigenous peoples alive? Are we a joke to you? Do you not see us or hear us? Your actions continue to say differently. Why is this city still celebrating colonial violence? I am of Mexican, Indigenous, Apache, and yes, Spanish descent. So historically, yeah, this is my land. I am both colonizer and colonized. You know what this implies, yes? I am the product of colonial violence, brown with a Spanish last name, a legacy of violence I get to keep all of my life, like a lot of us here. I cannot split my identities, and neither can you. I won't let you split my identities apart, but ask that you accept me for who I am in my entirety. Theoretically, I'm from both of the communities you are failing to appease. You are trying to cancel one statue out with the other, appease this community and that community, when as leaders of our community, you should know we are one community and you should in actuality be leading dynamic, transformative, and ultimately healing conversations so we can move forward together. I was at the school board meeting to remove fiestas, another shocking colonial relic of the city, and was treated horribly by my own community, some of whom are actually here. I showed up tonight anxious that I'd receive the same treatment, but I knew it was important to be here and ultimately worth the potential abuse from my community. Without an accurate historical memory, we'll never get anywhere. This won't solve tensions in the community, nothing will until we and you as our elected representatives listen to all of us, especially your most vulnerable community, members who are continuously left out of the conversation. This is an opportunity and I urge you all to go back to the drawing board and reconsider how to respect every individual of our community, majority, minority, and marginalized alike. This is a terrific opportunity for racial healing. Don't mess us up.
Thank you.
Well, Mayor Worthless and councilors, you have decided to allow us to pay to see our De Vargas statue at a museum. Wow, just 4 years ago, you lied to my husband saying you moved it to protect it from being damaged. No one has damaged the city of Santa Fe and the Hispanic culture more than your hate and racism. Amazing, the Caballeros finally decided to show up and ask for the statue of Don Diego de Vargas, which they are supposed to commemorate the memory of. They too were so scared to allow a simple letter to be sent to you asking for the statue back. I am Hispanic and Native American and will honor all of my history, not just the one you wish to recognize. This is a history you do not and cannot ever share, Mayor. You claim to have read Don Diego de Vargas's letters, but apparently you missed that it was a time of war, which took the lives of 21 priests and 400 women and children. My family and my history come from both sides of that war, and I will not feel ashamed for something that happened 400 years ago. Stop being racist. Let the whole history be seen openly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ronald S. Trujillo, Santa Fe. Councilors, I stand before you a proud mestizo, Santafesino, and past Don Diego de Vargas. I had hoped both statues would be displayed together as both represent our shared history. Putting de Vargas in a museum where you must pay and placing Katua and Umtua in the convention center free for all to see once again divides us instead of unites us. Alan, I quote you, these are important historical and cultural figures and they need to be out in safe, respectful public places. We need them to be available to residents, to our visitors, to our students, and our families so we can talk about them and learn about our history and our culture. First and foremost, Alan, you may call Santa Fe home, but it's not your history or your culture, because if it was, you would respect it. Alan, you put out a statement condemning people for protesting a Jewish American artist. There is significant difference between protesting against the policies of the Netanyahu government in Gaza and shutting down the performance of a Jewish American artist in Santa Fe. There is no excuse for anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, bigotry, bias, racism, or intolerance. Not here, not now, not ever. Amazing that you, Alan, have the nerve to put out such a statement when you've been so racist towards the Hispanic community here in Santa Fe. It's hypocritical that you defend your Jewish roots, but our Hispanic roots are not defended by you or this administration. The Entrada is no more. Archbishop Wester does not allow the name La Conquistadora to be said in mass or prayers. The De Vargas statue will now be regulated to a museum for 4 years. This statue was commissioned. The wall could learn who De Vargas was and his role in this rich and proud history of Santa Fe. Please find a way to ensure both the Santa Fe Hispanic and Pueblo cultures are treated equally and with respect. Stop this divisiveness that the mayor continues to support and encourage.
Thank you.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, city councilors, ladies and gentlemen. My statement has to do with what I was going to say Thursday evening. My name is Elmer Myers. You? In any case, so my idea, I do not agree with the plan to put the statues of the Native American Pueblo runners and Don Diego de Vargas. I think my idea is better. I think it should be more open for the public to all be able to go there and see them and read about the history of them. We Native Americans and the Spanish have different histories here, as do the Anglo people. So we must all move forward and begin to look ahead. Where we can all work, communicate, progress, and appreciate each other's contributions. We all have contributions, and for a better Santa Fe that we can all be proud of. We are prideful of our various cultures, history, religion, and heritage, and rightly so. So together, let's do the right thing and bring our different historical aspects out in the open, not hidden away in the dark and closed space. Let us then rightly move forward with the task at hand and openly install the statues in the pride of the Pueblo people, the Pueblo revolt runners, Katua and Otua. in the open Cathedral Park alongside with Don Diego de Vargas, which is where he was initially and should be. We're not going to be able to change history. We should not erase it. We should learn from it. In today's paper, I took this quote out about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He goes on to say that he does not think it's a good, healthy thing for a culture to erase history, and we should celebrate it. In any case, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Pauline Anaya. Good evening, Mayor and council people. I'm pretty much confused about why we would be celebrating or highlighting the ambush and the massacre of Spanish in 1680.
Can we have quiet, please, and show respect for all the speakers?
So in 1680, while sleeping in their homes, there were over 400 Spanish killed by the Pueblo Indians, and 75% of those killed were women, children, and elderly. They held high ideals for living. They wanted to spread the faith in one God and promote adoption of biblical morality, so that living a life morally by biblical standards, as we try to do today, is a challenge. When Cortez in Mexico in 1521 witnessed Aztec priests sacrificing tens and thousands of captured tribes by cutting open their chests, taking their beating hearts out and throwing them down the temple is astounding. Today, we are here to focus on acts of butchery from 340 years ago and elevate it as an American action when America wasn't even established until 150 years later. And upon a heinous act of barbarianism, as we saw October 7th of 2023 by Hamas upon innocent Israelis just 6 months ago, shows how intense the rejection of Western civilization has grown here and around the world, and for nothing to replace this good that we can see. So perhaps your wishes are coming true. So here is a useful thought experiment to consider. Who would you rather be colonized by? Christians or Aztecs? Thank you.
Thank you. I would like everybody to please show respect for the other speakers. If they allowed you to speak your piece, you allow them to speak theirs, please, without comment. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Mayor Weber, honorable members of the city council, my name is Daniel Ortiz. I'm a 14th generation Hispano, 20% Mesoamerican native, direct descendant of our second territorial governor of New Mexico, Don Asiano Vigil, and also the founder of the Hispanic Anti-Defamation Association. In 1954, the United States Supreme Court made an epic decision in Brown versus Board of Education, where they ruled that separate schools for African American students were inherently unequal. Until then, Plessy versus Ferguson ruled what's designated that separate was equal. Well, let's listen to the United States Supreme Court and their decision. Separate is not equal. Separate is inherently equal. So you're about to make a decision soon on two so-called controversial statutes, and you've decided to put them separate. One, we don't know exactly where yet, but we know that people are going to have to pay to see him. And the other, prominently displayed for all the world to see. That is inherently unequal. So I ask that you reconsider this decision for a fundamental reason. We know that we all want peace in this community. We had peace at one time before this community. But there can be no peace without justice. Justice for the Hispanic, justice for Native Americans, justice for all, but they must be treated equally. This decision to put these monuments apart or these statues apart is not justice, and it's not equal. Notwithstanding the fact that this statue of the Native American runners represented a massacre. It was a massacre. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilors, my name is Ori Dominguez. I have 3 points. The first point was made by someone else. I have a poster. I'll read it. August 10th, 1680, genocide of Spanish Catholics by the Pueblo terrorists. October 7th, 2023, genocide of Israeli Jews by Hamas terrorists. In the early morning, these raids targeted civilians in their homes, massacring women, children, and babies. They enslaved the women and children and raped the wives and daughters, leaving dead bodies to rot in the sun. I am a descendant of some of these people that were involved in the genocide. My 8th great-grandfather, Andres Hurtado, was one of the persons butchered on his farm on that day. My 8th great-grandmother, Bernardina Salas Orozco de Trujillo, was taken away and enslaved by the Pueblo Indians. That's slavery by the Pueblo Indians, genocide by the Pueblo Indians. There's no other genocide that's historically accurate in New Mexico but this one. My 7th great-grandmother, Juana Hurtado, was born out of the slavery of her mother, who was raped constantly in that 10 years and had 5 more children during the captivity or the slavery that she endured. Also, one of my ancestors. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Eli Bransford, District 3. I think most of you guys know I've been pretty active in some of the statue and cultural stuff. I want to come at you from a different angle, and I'm going to ask you guys to consider maybe some, I guess, maybe unintended consequences as far as what you're considering with the statue. So if we put Don Diego de Vargas behind walls and a paywall, and we put the runners in the public, one of my concerns is that some angry people out there, and there's a lot of them, there's a lot of tension out there, could attempt to deface the runners, okay, and vandalize that statue. And I would hate to see that happen. But I think the energy is there for somebody to do it. So if you consider that, and then you consider, well, what would the repercussions of that be? Well, the Cross of the Martyrs get vandalized again, you know, maybe try and burn the box down around the monument. I'm just afraid that what you're considering as far as the placement of these things could exasperate the tensions in our community with the people that, you know, care about culture and history and those kinds of things. And so I just want you guys to think about that angle of the unintended consequences, because, you know, again, there's a lot of feelings that this is just not fair. And that's all I got for you tonight.
Thank you.
Mayor, Weber, members of the City Council. My name is Raymond Herrera. I have been before the governing body for the past 40 years or so, and it really upsets me that in the 40 years time up to now, our city was beautiful, was prosperous. Everybody got along. We got along with our neighbors. The Pueblos were part of our community, San Alfonso, Tesuque. Everybody lived pretty much together. And it saddens me that in this last administration or so, Santa Fe has been divided so drastically that it hurts. And I worry for our kids and grandkids of the future they have, if there's gonna be this disparity between our people, whether it's Anglo, Hispanic, Indian, whatever the hell we are, we need to get along. We're in the city of the Holy Faith. And if we don't carry up to that tradition and that respect for Santa Fe, we don't have anything. I just urge this council, if you're gonna relocate the statues, I think an appropriate place for both of them would be at Cathedral Park. There's other statues there, and I think there's enough people that would be able to see them there and appreciate them because of the location and what's there now. And I just hope and pray that we can get our lives together again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Donna Rivera. You've seen me a few times with my mother, Teresita Rivera. And the only comment that I'd like to offer is that I understand that what you're trying to do is protect people from the emotional harm of history. And I just feel like we can't sanitize history. What we need to do instead is try and talk about it and learn from it. And by keeping the statues, one elevated and the other not so much, I think that does a disservice to our community. We need to be honest and we need to do our best to understand and have real conversations about this. And I would recommend that we put the statues together. They're offensive to one or many people, no matter what. As you've heard people's personal accounts of family history that they know about. So I would strongly recommend that you put them together and maybe we have more history that we try and understand and not repeat. The bad part, at least. Anyway, thank you for your evening and your time.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, Mayor, councilors. I'm not here to object to what the proposal. Yes, sir.
Can you give the public and everybody your name?
Oh, Virgil Vigil. I'm not here to object for the resolution that you're gonna pass next time because of the done deal. Once the male councilors join the woke females here, it's a done deal when you vote on this bill, okay? So it's going to pass. But I am here to say something else. And that is that you are being very unfair, very biased. You are putting up a statue of the two runners. These two runners are responsible for a 1680 massacre where, like you heard, 400 men, women, and children were killed, 75% women, and 21 priests that were tied to horses and drugged around the streets of Santa Fe. One priest was taken to the Tesuque Pueblo and he was stoned to death. Okay. And you're going to honor those type of people? Shame on you for doing that. You got to be fair and equal. We've all done wrong. I understand that. But for you to concentrate on one statue and say that they didn't do anything wrong, that's wrong. You are wrong. You're playing every year, the Cross of the Martyrs is being tagged, okay? They do that all the time. What's going to happen with these other statues? I don't know, but it doesn't matter because this administration doesn't do anything to them when they catch them. They let them loose like they let the 12 people loose with a spanking on the hand. That's all they did. So I stand here before you to say that it is unfair that you are glorifying the 12 runners. And I went to that meeting, and when the news media asked the individual what the purpose of the tuner runners, what their representative, not even the governor of Tesuque
Thank you.
Mayor, can we confirm that the mic is on? I didn't hear the last portion of that,
The
so I,
mic is working, but I think maybe at the end there was a little cutout. We'll make sure people speak as close and clearly as possible, Counselor. And if you're not getting it clearly, just call for attention, please.
will do. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Charles Rosacker. I live at 1359 Santa Rosa Drive. And I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. I just left Oaxaca Pueblo, and every week when we go to take care of our grandkids, we see the runners, Atawa and Amtawa. But also, I have 3 Morenos. You know what Morenos are? I have 3 black grandchildren, half black, but when you look at them, they're always black, right? So they tell me, Grandpa, how come they tore down the obelisk when these people were defending people that defended my dad's family? Used to have to get permission to cross the Mississippi, not him, but his dad, to see his girlfriend, right? I feel really strongly that Atawa and Amtawa, along with Don Diego de Vargas, should be, history is nasty. I mean, look what's happening now in Gaza or around the world. History is nasty. But we're really due for some healing. Me as a person in La Villa de Santa Fe, I feel kind of disrespected. You know, we're all kind of mixed blood. Christina is part Hispanic. We're all kind of mixed. We pollinated with whatever pollen there was around at the time, and we just need to respect each other. And you know, I learn a little bit at Tewa almost every time we go there, and my little 5-year-old says, well, Budus are donkeys.
Thank you, sir.
We're all donkeys except you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I just got here. Do I give my name?
Yes.
Elizabeth West. I live in the South Capitol, Santa Fe. And I have 2 items here tonight. Thank you. First of all, the third item is, the first one is I really appreciate being able to come and speak. Each of us here in this room and many other times, we've enjoyed this. And given the way things go around the world, we're pretty darn lucky. We're also lucky to disagree with each other. So I have 2 things. I'm very much in favor of the resolution that we're talking about here, or that you have been talking about. And I'm a tremendous fan in moving forward without being afraid of our history. And some people who I don't always agree with, one of them is, I hope he's here. Anyway, a gentleman who, he and I often disagree, but at one point he said to me, the good and the bad need to be understood in our history. We don't get to erase the bad stuff and all look pretty to each other. And we would argue more about that than saying history is okay. And there's a often repeated and maybe slightly manipulated statement that somebody, the son of a good friend of mine, said one time, oh gosh, is Santa Fe becoming a city or town? He used the word town. Is it Santa Fe a city becoming afraid of its own history? No, let's not do that. So moving forward, I'm very proud of my two counselors, Carol Romero Worth and Michael Garcia, for signing on. And Pilar, Counselor Faulkner, I don't see her here. The other thing had to do with signs around town. Can I just quickly say that, no? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Anyone else who wants to come forward now and use this opportunity? The line is short and you may have 2 minutes to speak to anything you'd like to address.
Hello. My name is Ben Montoya. I'm a journalist. I grew up in Santa Fe. Just wanted to share a few things. The first is to thank the governing body for passing a ceasefire resolution earlier. I find it really offensive the way that the violence in Gaza was invoked tonight. And I just want to appreciate all of you for doing the right thing as elected officials to stand up to that violence that is happening currently. The other thing is related to these statues. The resolution, I think, has a very good goal of telling an honest, accurate, and complete history of the state of New Mexico. And I think if we were going to do that properly as a community, we really should engage with the resources and historical information that we do have from trusted, authoritative sources. I want to especially shout out the work of Dr. Esteban Real Galvez, former state historian who has worked in numerous occasions with the governing body over the years in Santa Fe. There is a lot of incredible, important work that's being done and has been done to explore not just the history, but the identity of this city, which is constantly changing and has a very interesting modern history that we all need to be very aware of as we're making decisions to valorize and celebrate certain parts of our history. So I just wanted to say that. I have been someone who has been following the other monuments and updates as far as trying to rebuild the obelisk and the story in Espanola that was referenced earlier as well by another person. I encourage you all to do some reading into the events of the Espanola Wando Oñate statue earlier last year, and as well reflect on the process of the obelisk resolution from last year and how that went, because I think that there's a lot of great lessons to be learned in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know I'm up here again, but I just wanted to address one issue.
I'm sorry, sir. It's we don't, it's kind of one per customer when it comes
Can I
to.
just 1 second?
I'm sorry, sir. If we open the floor for you, it becomes everybody has the exact same opportunity. Come back next time. We'll be here
I
at the
wish
next
that
public meeting.
all of you would answer your phones.
Please.
None of you answer phones.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak on any topic? Yes, sir.
Yes, Mayor, my name is Reed Fossey. I'm part of the Lived Experience Advisory Board, and with you and the counselors' permission, I'd also like to speak on behalf of my colleague Ursula Aldrich, who is also part of the lead board, and to be allotted to in order to relate hers. If not, I'll just speak for her.
You should just go ahead and speak, sir.
Okay. I'll bring the other issues to your attention at another time. I'm in support of 2024 -3 with regard to providing justice and non-discrimination with regard to vouchers and housing and so forth. And I just wanted to relay Ursula's experience and to say that discrimination can isn't just source of income. It's a, and it can happen even after you receive a voucher and signed a valid lease, where in her experience at the shelter that she was in, they tried to evict her in a number of means, by, repeatedly. And her stance was basically that the landlords or whatever were somewhat prejudiced with regard to, like, well, that they were Mexicans and didn't like natives and didn't like whites, and had white friends. Anyway, she developed like a tenant association to try to address that. And with regard to that, I have ideas for the councils. Yeah, am I running out of time?
Oh,
or
but
you-
I made a mistake, sir. There will be a chance, the item you're addressing is a public hearing. So a little bit later,
Oh, okay.
you will have
I
a
thought you
chance.
said for any issue.
Well, it has to, I apologize. If there's a public hearing, the time to speak is at the hearing, and that will be in a few minutes. So you'll have
Okay.
another bite at the apple then.
My bad.
No, it's my fault.
Okay. One other experience she had was that, like, yeah,
Wait for the hearing, and then you can have, you'll come back up and speak then. You're fine. Anyone else who wants to speak to something that's not a public hearing? Madam Clerk, do we have folks in the Zoom room who are waiting to be heard?
If the attendees in the Zoom room would raise their hand, we can allow you to speak.
I can't see if there's anybody in the Zoom.
There's two and neither have their hands raised.
If it's for the public hearing, please wait for that. But if it's not a matter that's public hearing, please raise your hand now. Okay. I think in that case, we've exhausted the people who wish to speak as petitions from the floor. Let's go back to regular order, Madam Clerk. What's the next item on the agenda?
Next item, Mayor, is matters from the city attorney.
We need a motion. Oh, well, actually, we need the city attorney to address what we're about to do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. I recommend that the governing body adjourn to an executive session in accordance with the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, H7, for discussion of attorney-client privileged pending and threatened litigation, including but not limited to New Mexico Environment Department, Water Protection Division, Surface Quality Bureau versus the City of Santa Fe, and Hill et al. Versus City of Santa Fe.
Mayor,
Councilor Maraworth.
I move that we enter into executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H, Subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant. Second.
There's a second. There's a motion. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the executive session?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes, and I'll need a link.
You will need a link, correct?
Yes, we'll get you a link, Counselor. Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
We are in recess for an executive. We are streaming? Okay. Counselor, can you bring us, you're gonna introduce a motion? Carol? Very good. We've completed the executive session. We're back in order, and I'm gonna ask Counselor Romero Worth to make a motion.
Quorum, Mayor.
1, 2, 3. Yes.
Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene, whoops, just lost my words, in open session and state for the record that matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion. You please call the roll.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. And with that, we're back in session. Madam Clerk, would you take us to the next item on the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the next item on the agenda is matters from the city clerk. And I just want to remind everybody that we are back to movies in the park. And our first one is on Friday. It's the DC League of Super Pets at Swan Park. The event starts at 5:30 and the movie starts at 6:30. Also want to give a huge shout out to Alexandra Modis for all her dedication and hard work with putting together the press conference and the state of the city last week. Her hard work doesn't go unnoticed. And every event she puts on is always spectacular. And that also goes for Miss Isabella Sharp, who also helps and assists in putting those events together. So huge shout out to both of them. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, what's our next item, Madam Clerk?
The next item is communications from the governing body.
Very good. Let's go around the horn. I'll start with Counselor Cassett, so I don't forget her just because she's not physically in the room. Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Don't have a lot today. Did just want to thank everybody who came to the Livability Series kickoff last week. Again, these will be a series of talks that we'll be doing the third Thursday of the month. Carol, if you can nod your head very vigorously so I could see the okay, yep. There are discussions around land use and housing, and so highly encourage everybody to come and join. Then also just wanted to remind everybody that it is primary season. The election is June 4th. Early voting goes through Saturday. Of course, we are all huge fans of democracy and voting, so I want to encourage everyone to get out to the polls either by Saturday for early voting or on Tuesday, June 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's just take it from my right hand side, Counselor Castro.
That's good. Thank you so much. I just quickly want to invite everybody Friday, June 7th at 6 p.m. at the Violet Crown. We'll be having a Q&A. First, we bombed New Mexico. We're going to be talking about our history with nuclear bombs and also what the activism around some of the folks who have been impacted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to let folks know about an event on June 1st that Councilor Romero Worth and I were so graciously to help support Art by Bike Off the Rails. So that's this Saturday, 12 to 3 p.m. It's between Alta Vista and St. Michael's. Lots and lots of fun will be happening. There'll be art walk, as I mentioned. There's going to be interactive jewelry making, mini comic shops, mini comic workshops, clay making. Jane Baker will be there giving out bike helmets. BPAC will be there giving out information on the work that they're doing. MPO will be there. Other City of Santa Fe staff will be there. I mean, there's a great group of folks that are going to be there. Entertainment. Come by if you want to have a grand old couple hours of fun. You got to get there by walking or by bike. That isn't intentional. We want to try to get away from being accessible by vehicle. So hopefully we'll see everybody there Saturday, June 1st, 12 to 3 p.m.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell. Counselor Lindell passes. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes, also want to echo, the June 1st event. Also it coincides with First Saturdays, I think, which is also happening on Lena Street. My husband and I were there last, month or in May, I guess, and, this month, it's still May. And, that's a super fun thing. I think it'll be, adding activity and, vibrancy to the area. Lots of the artists open up their studios. Really interesting to see the variety of businesses, and the energy there is great. And so I think the two events together will be very nice. We also so Councilor Cassett is correct. We do have also the Livability series on Thursday, June 20th. And that's the second installment. And I do believe there's still tickets available if people are interested in that. It's been the very thought-provoking speakers that have come to Santa Fe and interacted with some of our local experts. And I think it's, want to echo that I found it to be very worthwhile and time. So thank you, Mayor.
Great. Counselor Lee Garcia, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing tonight. Thanks.
Okay, then I'm going to, in the interest of brevity, I will pass as well, and we'll go to the next item on the agenda.
Next item on the agenda is item 16, introduction of legislation. 16A is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Carol Romero Worth, Councilor Sidney Lindell, and Councilor Jamie Cassett. It's a resolution authorizing the removal of uncollectible, unsecured accounts balances from the list of accounts balances of the Public Utility Billing Division of the City of Santa Fe.
Councilor Mayor Worth, you want to introduce this bill?
I think the caption pretty much speaks for itself. This is something that we need to do periodically to clean up our books. And we're kind of overdue, and looking forward to cleaning up our books.
Thank you. Any other sponsors want to say a word? All good? Madam Clerk, next item on the agenda, please.
Next item is 16B, consideration of a resolution sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber, Councilor Carol Romero Worth, Councilor Michael Garcia, and Councilor Pilar Faulkner. It's a resolution recognizing the importance of history, calling for placing culturally and historically important statues in respectful, safe public places to tell the story of Pueblo and New Mexico history in an honest, accurate, and complete manner, beginning this process by placing the Pueblo Revolt Runners statue in the Santa Fe Convention Center and supporting relocation of the Don Diego de Vargas statue to the New Mexico History Museum, which includes the Palace of the Governors.
Thank you. Any of my co-sponsors want to speak to this? Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. I just want to take a moment to thank everybody that came out this evening to speak about this resolution. I think that's the critical part of this resolution is we want to hear from folks. We want to ensure that dialogue begins. Folks are going to have opinions one way or the other. That's everybody's right, but we want to ensure that we're working together in a respectful manner that allows for us as a community to move together together in a positive manner. Sorry. Too much chocolate. Sorry, Councilor Castro. But I would ask that if during the next couple hearings that if folks show up, just be respectful. And then ultimately, should this pass committees and get to the governing body for final adoption, that if we really take into consideration others' opinions and be respectful. I think this is a very delicate topic, and we want to ensure that we're not causing ourselves more harm than we want to. And so with that being said, let's move forward together.
Thank you, Councilor. Co-sponsor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to sign on to this resolution. I thank the mayor for a lot of what I would call spade work in bringing this forward, in talking with the Pueblos, and the Hispanic community and all the people that you consulted with, to come up with a solution that hopefully we can bring these two statutes forward and use them as teaching tools, about our history.
Thank you. I just briefly echo both of those comments. We have an opportunity here to take a perhaps small but nevertheless significant step forward toward unity and healing and education. And a great deal of this is because of the willingness of the leadership from the Pueblo of Tesuque, the leadership of the all Pueblo governors group, the leadership of the Caballeros, the leadership of the Fiesta Council, all listening respectfully and constructively to each other. It was a process that I was very privileged to watch as people came together, worked together, honestly disagreed, but finally came to a solution that I think respects our history and the significant events of the past and honors them, but also creates an opportunity for learning from them. One of the clear mandates that the leadership from the groups all absolutely agreed on was that we have to learn and benefit from our history. And the way to do that is by bringing history back out into public where people can encounter it and discuss it. So I think we're on the right track. I don't think one step, any one step heals all wounds or removes very strong feelings, but it creates the context for constructive engagement, dialogue, demonstrations of respect, and also real learning about what is so special about the history of our part of the country. And it is unique and it needs to be celebrated, even when it's painful. What's the next item, Madam Clerk?
Next item is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber. It's a resolution authorizing the City of Santa Fe's Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency staff to apply for re-subdivision, summary subdivision, lot line adjustments, lot splits, dedication of right-of-way, and other land use approvals necessary to create parcels and rights-of-way that are consistent with the Midtown Master Plan.
And you'll be hearing more about this from Karen Iverson. This is one of the next steps that we need to do in the course of prepping the Midtown site for actual parcelization, as it's called in the trade, and therefore the ability to begin the process of identifying actual parcels for development. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councillor Amanda Chavez and Councillor Carol Romero Worth. It's a resolution authorizing the mayor, city manager, finance director, and named public utilities department staff to act as designated signatories on certain water, wastewater, and environmental service projects.
Your co-sponsor isn't here, Councilor Mayor Worth, but if you'd like to say a few words about it, please go and introduce it, please do.
Yeah, so I think the caption pretty much says it all. The memo is helpful in terms of the projects in the loan agreement that will be affected by this. Are some, let's see, there looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 projects really important to our water infrastructure. handful of them involving the wastewater treatment plant. And then the Nichols Dam project. And just making sure that we have the right signatories, I guess is the right word, on the loans that we need to complete these projects.
Very good. Next item, Madam Clerk.
We're going to item 19, which is final action on legislation. This is a public hearing. 19A is consideration of bill number 2024-3 and adoption of an ordinance sponsored by Counselor Jamie Cassett and Counselor Alma Castro. It's a bill relating to housing discrimination, defining source of income and prohibiting discrimination based on source of income, including sex, in addition to gender, as a protected class, defining owner and making technical corrections.
I'd entertain a motion and then we'll have a public hearing.
Move to approve.
Second.
So,
Mayor,
yes,
just
sir.
point of order, I guess. So I do have
An
an
amendment.
amendment. So do you want to do the public hearing first?
Yes.
Amendment? Okay.
Yes, please.
Just want to make sure you're aware of the.
There is an amendment in the packet and it's a nice catch and some cleanup. But first, let's go to the substance of the proposal. And for that, I will first turn to its sponsors and ask them to set the stage for us about this item. Counselor Cassett, you're being pointed at as the person to lead the introduction.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Counselor Castro. I will need you to pick up the pieces as my sick brain will inevitably leave a bunch of things out. But we are very excited about the bill. This would essentially create source of income as a protected class. So you would not be able to discriminate against somebody's source of income when deciding whether or not to rent to them. We have had numerous people who are able to receive vouchers for rentals, but they cannot find a apartment that will accept them. As we discussed earlier, we already do have a housing shortage, especially in the rental area. Well, maybe in every area, but we do know we have a shortage of affordable rentals, and these vouchers do make apartments or rentals that would otherwise not be affordable accessible for many individuals. So we want to make sure that they can actually utilize those vouchers as opposed to being discriminated against just for that component. As Councilor Castro and I have mentioned, this is the beginning of a couple different pieces that we are looking at for protection for renters and how we really look at our rental market, how we make sure that people do have access to safe living spaces, stable living spaces, and as part of that broader conversation that we continue to have on affordable housing. And as I mentioned earlier, the affordable housing issue is one that's going to take numerous different solutions to be able to, figure out how we move this forward. As always, I do want to give a lot of credit to Councilwoman Villarreal, who had begun this work before she finished her final term and really did a lot of the spade work. So really do want to give her a lot of credit, as well as Chainbreaker, Director Ladd, and the Legislative Services Department that had to do a lot of research in this arena. So with that, I will hand it off to Councilor Castro. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Castro.
Thank you so much. And yes, echoing everything that Counselor Cassett said, thank you, Counselor Villarreal. Thank you to all the staff that have worked so hard on this. And thank you for all the people who have come out and support all the stories that you've shared. We know this is a real problem and it's only going to get worse. As I was alluding to in our 5-year plan, our affordable units have not gone up, even though our population has gone up. And so we're really trying to conserve these affordable units. There's some remodeling going on in my district, and I know there are constituents that are concerned that they will not be accepting their vouchers. So I love to be able to tell them that we are doing all we can to make sure those vouchers are accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd invite anyone who wants to testify on this measure to please come forward and will give us your name and we will take your testimony. The clerk will run the clock for us as always, but you have 2 minutes to please give us your point of view on this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councilors. My name is John Bacon, like bacon and eggs, and I'm a service provider for clients who hold state vouchers primarily. It's in the lingo, it's called a linkages voucher. And I am seeing many clients whose vouchers expire before they can find a place to live. Many landlords are upfront in saying that they will not accept vouchers. Here in Santa Fe, the median rent, market rent, according to Zillow, was approximately $2,400 for a 2-bedroom. The fair market rent, or the amount that a voucher will carry, is $1,535 for that 2-bedroom. That's a shortfall of $800. The unhoused issues is really deepening. It is spreading. It is affecting new and working families who are rent burdened and experience one unfortunate event and find themselves homeless. Landlords must provide access to housing for voucher holders and not discriminate against them. The people who qualify for vouchers are most vulnerable. While discrimination is certainly an issue, the lack of units is of paramount importance. We're all one, and we're all in this together. We'll have to make some uncomfortable compromises to help our unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Pelican Lee. I was on the front page of the New Mexican today. So there was my story. I came to Santa Fe in 1978 when I was 30 years old. I'm now 76, so I've lived here a long time. I lived for 30 years in an apartment until the landlord decided to sell about a year ago, just over a year ago. And so I was thrown into the housing market, and I have a Section 8 voucher. So I actually did find a number of apartments that were within the Section 8 ceiling for what was supposed to be the rent. But many of them I learned pretty quickly at the first question I asked is, will you take Section 8? Because so many of them don't. And it took me a few tries to figure that out, where I went and looked at an apartment and it looked good. And then I said, oh, and I have a Section 8 voucher. And then they would say, no, I don't take that. So I'd say 2/3 to 3/4 of the landlords that I spoke to would not take Section 8. And that was the ones that had a place that was within the rent that was required. I was lucky. I finally found a place through word of mouth. But it took 4 months. I had to have my voucher renewed in order to do that. And luckily, I had a worker at Santa Fe Civic Housing that was with me all along. So I ended up lucky, but I'm sure there are many who are having bigger problems. And it took me 4 months.
Thank you.
Hello again, Mayor. Sorry for the confusion earlier.
No, that was my fault. Now is the right time.
Okay.
You have
perfect.
you have the floor.
Now is always the right time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, again, Reed Fossey, Lived Experience Advisory Board. And I think the most important thing that I can tell this council is to move things in this community from not just in the head, but to the heart. Marisol Atkins, who did extensive work both with the city, various nonprofits, formed part of the S3, as well as LEAP. Her parting comments to the LEAP was to, or what observations was that like, there's a lot of transactions going on and there's, but not enough relationships. And let me explain. By relating, I would say everyone wants to be seen, heard, appreciated, and to like, also like just a community spirit where we as humans want to help others. And I'm amazed at how many volunteers, how many, whether it's volunteers in all the different fields, here in the city has an enormous amount of volunteers. And so, and part of things are just a power imbalance. And it's not just like with HUD and housing and unemployed, but is also with like landlords being able to throw out tenants for no good reason, whether they have HUD or not. And let me give you a short example. I was evicted from St. Elizabeth's men's shelter because I was 15 minutes too late in showing up to gather laundry, et cetera, petty things, a minute late in entering before 5 o'clock deadline, okay? And I presented them with a GRACE model, which came from Joan Halifax. Actually, it was a business consultant, and I'll explain GRACE as basically a way of settling down and being more human, but it's gather attention, recall intention, attune to the self and other, consider what will serve, i.e. fitness, a problem, anyway, skillful means is basically to see, if the style of how you're relating, how you're interacting is working, and it doesn't take 8 years to put up a public bathroom for everyone to decide where it should land. Everyone agrees, but no one agrees where.
I think your time is up.
Yes,
This
the
time.
last one is engaging and ending. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Mayor Weber, council members, thank you for allowing me to address this particular issue. My name is Bobby Griffith, and I'm the owner of one of the owners of J.L. Gray. We are one of the largest affordable housing providers in the state of New Mexico. I'm the incoming chair of the Affordable Housing Committee for the National Apartment Association. I'm the past president of the Apartment Association of New Mexico. I currently chair the Affordable Housing Committee for the state. I started in the affordable housing industry in 1984, and I'm passionate about affordable housing. In Santa Fe, we recently acquired the Santa Fe Apartments in Sangre de Cristo. We're the ones that are doing the rehab. We are completely rehabbing every unit, interior and exterior. All of our residents there are on project-based subsidy. 30% of their income is paid by is all they have to pay. The rest is paid by the government. We're adding AC that has never been a part of those communities, and also solar panels on Santa Fe. We also own the Lamplighter, which is going to be called Bella Luz if we can ever get through the red tape to get that going. In addition to that, we also manage La Luz Apartments. We manage over 7,000 units in 5 states, and we have 5,000 in New Mexico. I want all the housing choice vouchers that we can possibly get. I'll take them all. That being said, I think there's some problems with this bill. I have been doing this since 1984. We've seen this thing happen in Albuquerque, Bernalillo, Las Cruces. And I think there was just a little bit of forethought we might can avoid some problems. There are 2 or 3 items that I want to point out that I think ought to be addressed. Number one, a housing choice voucher from HUD requires what's called an INSPIRE inspection, which is a new protocol. This new inspection is going to take a lot of these landlords to have to make a lot of repairs that they're not going to be able to afford. Have you considered maybe having some kind of fund to be able to help the landlords meet the protocol? Number 2, One of the things is there's a big misperception about vouchers. Vouchers are not a problem, but most landlords don't agree with that. I think we ought to spend a lot of time educating landlords before we force them to take vouchers.
Thank you,
If we
sir.
can do that first, I think that they will accept the voucher program a lot better. I would love to help in educating other landlords what the voucher program is all about.
Thank you. Thank you. If you have a written statement, sir, you might want to leave it with the clerk so we can put it in the record, because I'm not sure you've finished all your thoughts.
All right, Mr. Mayor, and I have to squat down a little here.
You might pick it up in your hand. The whole thing lifts up.
That's all right. I'll squat. Mr. Mayor and Council, right? My name is Alan Lasek, and I'm the Executive Director of the Apartment Association in New Mexico. We represent about 70,000 rental doors across the state. Alan Lasek. You know, we're here. I 100% agree. We should not be discriminating against people. But the challenge is that's not just what's in this bill. And, you know, I brought here tonight, there's reasons that people don't take vouchers. Here's one of them. This is the rules and regulations you're subject to just on Section 8. And the challenge for me also becomes in this bill is that it's not just these rules and regulations. You're subject to any program with any rules and any requirements, and there's absolutely no limit as to what those could be in the future. So, you know, with Section 8, like say, there's 120 pages of, you know, the actual rules and regulations, 68 pages. These you can understand, but when you start putting things into law that say any rule for any assistance at any time or it's discrimination, I think becomes challenging, and that's scary to property owners. And I know that we talked a lot about earlier of supply and demand. And, you know, when we do things, we want to encourage housing providers. And what we've seen in Albuquerque, I live in Albuquerque, this discourages housing providers. And I think there's an opportunity to work with housing providers because there is housing available. And I know Santa Fe has its own issues, right? We're all here talking about it today. That's been the hot topic. But I think that there's opportunities to work together to actually improve the system, to encourage landlords rather than mandating it. So for those reasons, we're respectfully opposed, but I want to make sure that you understand we're opposed strictly to the policy, not to the programs, not to the participants.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Alan Weber and councilors. My name is Lila Casey, and I'm a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Board. I'm native to New Mexico. Particularly, I was born in Taos. I've lived in Santa Fe most of my life. Due to my disability, I have required assistance with rental help, counseling services, all of which I found to be in abundance here in Santa Fe. I do receive the linkages voucher. I've received housing vouchers since 2007. First place I lived in Santa Fe was Sangre de Cristo. It's a wonderful place to live, great community. I live right down the street at Tres Santos now. I have never been evicted, and I have always received my deposit. Every single time, my unit looks impeccably clean if I have to leave. I love my neighbors. I love my community. When I go for a walk, I pick up trash along the way, and I love hanging out in different districts as well, you know. I guess that's all I could say is that I want to say thank you. Thank you for supporting the most vulnerable people in the community that needs services. And I could just say thank you infinitely. And I think that everything's possible. And as long as we continue going for it, you know, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here in the chamber who would like to speak to this item? We're at the public hearing part. How about on the web? Do we have people waiting to testify on the web?
Yes, Mayor, there are some attendees in the Zoom room, and we'll start with Brittany Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. Brittany Rodriguez, New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness. As previously stated by my organization, we support this bill and applaud the city for the effort and the step in the right direction as we continue to solve housing and homelessness in Santa Fe. My hope is that this bill passes tonight, but more so my hope is that the city leans into community partners to provide our landlords with the support and education required to ensure that they are fully knowledgeable and that they are not isolated or villainized, and have every opportunity to not only be part of the solution, but be successful in doing so. Super amazing to hear from two previous speakers that they are wanting to be part of that solution and open to being part of that educational experience for our landlords. And it's incredibly important that our landlords feel empowered and able to support our individuals who receive these vouchers to be able to further solving the problem in Santa Fe. So thank you so much for this piece of legislation, and please lean into us, lean into me, lean into everybody who's offering to help to be able to make this successful. And that's
Thank
it.
you. Thank you very much. There's a second person in the Zoom room, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, we'll move to Dylan Schwagel.
Good evening, City Council. My name's Dylan Schwagel. I'm here as a former caseworker in Santa Fe. I'm also here on behalf of Alianza Tenant Union as a representative. We are out of Espanola. In my experience in the field, this has been a major barrier to housing our clients, and it's been a major source of demoralization for many of the caseworkers in the city. The number of times that I have seen people with vouchers or rental assistance be denied a lease because of this, it's been too many times to count. The number of times I've seen people that have become insecure in their housing and relying on these kinds of programs to stay housed and be denied providing those kinds of funds to keep themselves housed is also too many to count. It's been very hard to see that in my experience, and I can assure you that this kind of legislation would make a radical change to that overnight. Homelessness in the city is continuing to get worse. In my time in social services, I witnessed many properties that were once reliable places to house clients turn their backs on us and our clients by refusing to accept vouchers and rental assistance. And I can also say that in my experience as being a representative of the tenant union, the number of stories I've heard from many of our members in regard to their experience in terms of trying to stay current on the rent with these kind of programs and being denied that, and the impact that that's had on their life has been tremendous. Too many stories to count, but the number of times that some of our members have fallen behind on the rent for whatever reason and have attempted to stay current on their rent through a voucher or through rental assistance, only for that to be denied, and then subsequently their lease being terminated because the landlord knows that they can't pay rent anymore, or being evicted despite the fact that they made honest attempts to stay current. We've gathered ample evidence that the owners of our property have targeted Section 8 holders specifically to eventually phase them out. And while we know this and we know it to be unethical and immoral, and the individual stories of those people are very harrowing. Many of those people have in fact become homeless as a consequence of these policies and practices. But it is technically not illegal for them to do that.
I'm going to have to interrupt you. I'm sorry, but the time has expired.
Yeah. Thank you for your time, and thank you for bringing this forward.
Very good. Thank you. Anyone else, either on the Zoom room or in this room, who would like to come forward and speak on this bill now? Very well. Councilor Merworth, did you want to take the opportunity to move an amendment before we get into further discussion?
Do, Mayor, thank you. So in the packet, there is a red line. Pretty simple. We have a couple of references to looking for them. So what the amendment does is use gender neutral terms. We have a couple places where there's salesman and we're changing it to salesperson. We did earlier, about a year ago, I want to say, pass a resolution that was to make our ordinances gender neutral. That should have caught these three, but for some reason, in the contract we have to get that work done, looks like a couple things were missed. There's one instance where we have a workman like, and we're changing it to a work person like. Or maybe we're actually in that instance, we're just changing it to person. So, page 9, hold on, let's make sure what we're changing it to. Just to person, okay, because that's kind of weird, that work person like. I don't know what that means. So really just 3 instances where we're making gender neutral the language. Yeah, so I'll move adoption of this amendment.
Is there a second? There is a second. Is there discussion on this amendment? Yes, Councilor Castro.
I just want to express again, thank you, Councilor Marworth, for catching that.
Oh, and just so you know, I didn't catch it. Actually, the Realtors Association caught it. I just, or some of their members caught it and sent us all an email, and I just put in the request. So can't take credit, kind of just doing the lifting.
Any other discussion of the amendment? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the amendment?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Great. So we have a main motion as amended. There's an opportunity for discussion among the governing body about the bill and the arguments that have been presented to us. I'm interested if anybody would like to weigh in. Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the public comment. I think it really renders us to have a little bit more of a discussion over this because first question, and I don't know who's going to answer this, if it's the sponsors or if we have anybody from the city that would respond.
I think Director Ladd is in the back of the room perhaps, or the sponsors.
So I guess, you know, the first question in regards to some of the comments that were made is anyone who rents a dwelling unit is susceptible to have to take a voucher. Is that what we're getting here, or is there a limit of housing that's provided? Just for clarification, I just kind of want to see the context.
So really, this is aimed at discrimination in particular based on the voucher. So if the person would have normally gotten that rental space, we're just looking at if there's a difference in how they're treated based on having a voucher.
So, and I'm for that. I voucher is money. Why wouldn't you want to take that? And so, what type of caveats are there from that perspective in regards to, let's just say I have a 5 dwelling units. They could be houses, they could be apartments, they could be something. And if a voucher is backed by Section 8 dollars, then am I as a property owner forced to have certain certifications or abide by certain rules or be a part of, again, just trying to make sure that we're not forcing people that have rental units into positions where they either don't have it or we're making them have it, or don't want to have it, I guess.
And I might defer to Director Ladd, but my understanding is whether or not you're taking a voucher, there is an inspection that is required, but there's also a safety inspection for any dwelling unit. So we're not asking for anything additional. In particular, every housing unit should be in a livable, safe condition.
I see that. I guess we have Director Ladd coming up to comment.
I'm sorry, Director, did you hear the question? And you might ask if you didn't get it clearly, that Counselor Garcia repeat it for you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I think I heard the question, but I think what you're asking is, does this requirement impose additional requirements on those landlords who are now have to take the voucher?
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, any landlord who is using a federally subsidized voucher is subject to a multitude of regulations and inspections. My understanding is that the inspection process, and this isn't something that I have firsthand knowledge of, we do have two people in the audience who know more than I do about this kind of situation, but my understanding is that there is a new inspection process that is quite onerous for a small scale landlord who may not have the resources at hand to make the necessary repairs. I would agree, of course, with Councilor Castro that we want people to live in decent, humane conditions. But I think it is going to be a process of making sure that we have some resources set aside for those landlords to help them bring their units up to the quality standards if they can't afford to do that on their own.
Right. So again, it's triggering and imposing something on property owner that, and I agree full-heartedly that if you're going to rent a unit, it should be up to par and it needs to be, what you're renting the unit out, and obviously there's a responsibility from the renter side to provide that unit and make it a livable space for whoever's renting it. I guess where I am having some concern now with the public comment is that if you pass this, or if we pass this in its current state, how it basically forces landlords to comply with certain federal regulations that come from HUD. And so therefore there may not be very many property owners that want to comply with that. And so I think they should, but how can we force them to do that? And I think that's where we're going with this bill. And so I don't know that those things have been worked out, and given the time that obviously this information has been brought forth, there had not been any comment prior to this. Again, I was in favor of going forward with this, but I see that this could be a problem for overall of anybody who is trying to rent a unit, whether it's 1 unit or 5 units or 10 units or 50 units. And so I think that there is probably some work to be done here to help. Again, I'm for this in regards to helping people, and I think that we should, as people, accept, and I think there's other areas of and I don't know where this skews the line somewhat in terms of renters' rights, but I know we're going towards the non-discrimination of a certain amount of vouchers or a voucher that you try to receive that. So I think that's where my concerns are. I don't know if there's anyone else on the governing body that has any other questions in regards to that, but
I do just want to mention, and I did.
Hold on a second, Counselor. So, are you satisfied with you have more to go, or are you?
I'm good for now, but
Okay.
maybe
I wanted to give
response
Counselor
from the-
Castro a chance to speak, and
Counselor,
also
please.
Director Ladd as well. And I don't know if Counselor Cassett wants to weigh in. I think you're asking for additional information about how this would actually be implemented and what steps the city can take.
I'll defer to Councilor Cassidy.
Okay, Councilor Cassidy, would you like to speak to the issues raised by Councilor Lee Garcia?
Well, no, I mean, I do think that this is an interesting conversation. It would have been very nice to have heard of these in committee.
Yes.
But, you know, and as Director Ladd mentioned, that this is a newer process. And perhaps it would be useful for the individuals who spoke, because this is a public hearing, if they are able to come up, and I would be very open to hearing a little bit more about what those specific concerns are, what this process looks like, what are some of the requirements that they are worried landlords would not be able to meet, and then we can take it from there.
Okay, I want to let Councilor Castro, did you want to weigh in before we go further with the suggestion from Councilor Cassett?
Sure. Really quickly, I just want to add an anecdote. This isn't necessarily part of the discrimination piece, but I have had concerns from constituents about having conditions that aren't necessarily safe, not having detectors for carbon monoxide and being put in dangerous situations, having things that haven't been replaced in a timely fashion. And so there are some concerns about minimum standards that I think that we are actually addressing here.
So Director Ladd, did you want to talk a little bit about the issues raised by Councilor Garcia?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I think I think maybe I might have taken this in this direction where I was trying to be sort of expansive and inclusive, and we don't want to limit the assistance that people can get to just the typical, very regulated federal assistance. But I think the two gentlemen who spoke, who have a lot more hands-on experience with rental properties, pointed out that unless that the federal vouchers are very well regulated, but we do have some forms of locally funded vouchers. We have some nonprofits, some churches that provide assistance. They don't necessarily align with the requirements of a property. So in other words, they might not have 12 months of assistance. It might only be 2 or 3 or 4 because they're meeting a different need with that kind of assistance. But now you've put them in a conflict with a lease, and some properties require a 12-month lease. So I think there are ways that the language might be able to be a little bit more targeted so we don't create conflict. And I just wanted to point that out because I wasn't aware of that potential conflict when we were drafting the piece.
Thank you. Sir, you were unfortunately our rules give you a 2-minute time limit, but you were clearly not done with what some of your experience would have led you to talk about. I think you were raising a series of considerations that you thought would be useful, including education, assistance. Maybe you could take this opportunity, and I see Councilor Cassett's hand is up. If you have a specific set of questions, I was just going to open the floor for you to complete some of the menu of opportunity that you were speaking to. Well, that is a question. It's an
Did you want me to go?
And
Asking me or asking?
an essay question, but go ahead, sir. I think your thoughts on the impact of this on landlords, considerations that we would prospectively do to make a better match between landlords and tenants, city support for some of the issues that you raised about cost and education. I think we're open to your experience as a way of commenting on the bill that's in front of us.
However, Councilman, I want you to know from my heart that I'm very much for affordable housing, and two sponsors, I don't want you to think I'm opposed to this, but I am opposed to just some of the problems. And so the first one is Inspire is a brand new program. I serve on the National Council. The person in charge of this is Ashley Sharif, and she is the head of REACT, which does Inspire. And I've been working directly with her and our group. And We just went through a series of 10 property Inspire inspections and they are hell. We had a level of inspections and they went up. Those same inspections that are done on our property, San Cristo, Santa Fe Apartments, et cetera, they're going to be applied to the voucher program, to the housing choice vouchers. We're ready for that. That's what we do for a living. We're ready. But we have so many, Alan Lesek was telling a stat that 85% of our rental property are owned by mom and pops in the state of New Mexico. What we're saying is that there's a lot of people that aren't ready for that. I do agree. People should live in beautiful housing. It should meet a minimum standard, but it's not that way. So what are we going to do when an individual has a voucher? They go to a Miss Sally's house that she owns and she can't afford to fix it. Can she be sued because she refused to take that voucher? Those are the questions that we have to ask. Some of the I come with, I hope, solutions, a couple of them. One is there should be a program out there, I think, that would help individuals bring their standards up. Not for me. I don't want the money. We have to take care of ours. Another thing is there needs to be education. One of the biggest problems that we see with voucher programs, and I deal with every housing authority in the state of New Mexico. Some are better than others. All are trying, but everybody's hands are tied. Most people that take a voucher, it's between 10 days and 6 weeks before they get their first payment. Once they get into the system, they start getting that voucher payment on a regular basis. So we're asking an individual to not make his mortgage payment maybe for a month because he's not getting paid for 6 weeks. So how are we going to help those individuals? I want to see the people who have vouchers placed, but I don't want to put that big of an undue burden on individuals who have rental property. I'm here speaking for those people. Another problem that we see with the vouchers is that the rules and regulations put them into a different place. And so the education for a landlord, I think, ought to be required that the city should be required to give them the tools that they need to understand what they're getting into instead of just forcing them into it. Now, one of the things I was sharing with some of the people a minute ago, another reason that I like to take vouchers is that if you lose your voucher, if you are evicted from an apartment complex, you actually lose your voucher, correct? If you lose your voucher, you don't have anywhere to go. So in my opinion, voucher holders tend to be a little bit better residents. So again, that's why I want them. So there's pros and cons to all this, but we've got to find a way before we force our landlords to take these vouchers to give them the help monetarily and the tools that they need. Or another suggestion would be is maybe amend this and to say, hey, look, unless you have X number of apartments, you don't have to take them. Maybe it needs to be a little bit more educated. I have a large company. We have a compliance department. We have all kinds of stuff. Our people know so that when my manager out in the field, she doesn't have to know everything. But when you're talking about so many of these mom and pop landlords, that's all they got. Most of those people don't have resources that they know where to go. So I'm a little passionate about it, but I want to offer help.
Thank you. I think Councilor Cassett's hand is up. Did you want to pursue a specific question at this time, Councilor Cassett?
You know what? I'm realizing that what I have to say is probably more appropriate for discussion. So I will take my hand down for now. Thank you.
Okay. I want to take advantage of the opportunity of the public hearing part of this for a little bit of a dialogue and a discussion with people who have testified. Councilor Castro?
I just want to take a moment and thank you so much for your time, for your expertise. I live right around the corner from Santa Fe Apartments. I've been watching them as they get remodeled. It's very exciting. My parents are actually some of these landlords, some of these mom and pop. And one of the things that I've been having discussions with them around this particular piece of legislation is how taxing it's going to be for some of our smaller mom and pop sort of landlord situations, but I also know that they're some of the most egregious in not having basic minimum standards and these broken window sort of situations. And so I agree, and I would be very willing to work on an amendment that would talk about education, but I definitely want to hold landlords accountable as well.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions at this time? Counselor Romero Worth, and then we'll come back. Counselor Lee Garcia, your hand went back up, but I think Counselor Romero Worth would like a chance to weigh in.
So I'm curious about your experience about where the resources come to help landowners or landlords comply with the regulations. Yeah, I guess I'm just curious. Does the city of Albuquerque help property owners come up to compliance with these onerous federal regulations?
Weber, and I can't see your name. I don't.
Carol Romero Worth. We established earlier, you could call me CRW.
Okay.
Just because people
Counselor
trip,
CRW.
because people trip over my name.
Right now in the state of New Mexico, there is a pot of money that's being administered for this very program, for a voucher program. And it's very nice for the landlords. They can apply if they fail an inspection or don't meet a standard, they can ask for that money. That's a great program, but it's only funded through, I believe, this calendar year, and there's no guarantee that that money's going to be coming. So there are some funds available that we could educate our landlords on, but that's temporary. And so again, that's why I say that the city, if the city's going to enforce this new rule, they should back it up with some available funding. That's my opinion, but I think there's got to be criteria there, because I don't think we ought to be giving money out to people who have a lot of money, but those who need it, the state right now has no conditions on whether you actually need the money or not. They are allowing up to $6,000.
Yeah, and I'm concerned that this is now has a fiscal impact that we haven't considered in terms of what level we have the capacity and what our potential funding sources would be. So that further complicates this bill for me.
Yeah, we welcome, if you would like to respond to the question, that'd be helpful.
So absolutely, to the financial question, the city of Albuquerque did allocate money initially on the bill. It was several $100,000. That was just for education and for a study. Then they went back to the funds and they created what they called the landlord engagement program. And what that is it's an insurance pot, for lack of better words, but it's helps with damage reimbursement. It helps with lost rent due to waiting times on inspections. It helps with any sort of damages that happen during the tenancy. And then Bernalillo County also, who enacted this, allocated $750,000 for the same thing.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Okay, so that's very interesting, very helpful, but what about actually doing the property work? Like bringing the
Upgrades, yes,
Yeah.
there's money set aside in each one of those programs for the upgrades. The city of Albuquerque one, it's $500 for upgrades, which doesn't go a long ways. I think to Bobby's point on the new Inspire training, they're looking at things like crack in the stucco. So theoretically, you would have to fix stucco outside. I mean, the new Inspire inspections are very rigorous when it comes to, it's not just a broken window. It's GFI switches all over the house. It's crack in the sidewalk. It's all of these things that when you start talking about single family owners or mom and pop landlords, they're not going to do $10,000 worth of stucco so they can take a $1,000 voucher. I mean, that's the challenge behind this, right? But there absolutely is a financial impact on this.
Well, and so in terms of bringing properties up, how much is the city of Albuquerque or Bernalillo County investing in at this point?
So,
I mean, this, to your point, this could be thousands of dollars. If you're talking about roofs and stucco and GFI, that's the electrical thing that gives you the, I just learned about this. I had an electrician at my very old house about 2 weeks ago. This is the thing that keeps them from shorting.
Shorting, yeah. So as it, well, see, and this is also evolving. So we're kind of in, because right now you have the housing quality inspections, which is different than the Inspire inspections. So as of right now, and he's more of the expert on that, but right now, the city of Albuquerque, it's $500 designated specifically for upgrades. The Bernalillo County one is up to $7,000, but they don't allocate whether that's an upgrade or whether it's for damages. Basically, you have to just prove with the receipt that in order to take this voucher or to retain this voucher, because another thing is when the inspection comes up after the first year, there could be potential damages and stuff. Well, that money can then be used for those damages that happen during the tenancy, not just at the end of the tenancy.
And the city of Albuquerque is a much bigger city than we are. I mean, they may be able to do this kind of thing. We don't have those kinds of resources.
Step up to the
You got to
mic,
speak
please.
onto the
Step
mic.
I just want to be clear that there is money right now, so that if we were educating these landlords, you wouldn't have to put up a penny necessarily, but there is state funding with a designated nonprofit who spoke to our apartment association and my personal company. They do it everywhere except for Bernalillo County, I think is the only place they are not doing that. So it would cover Santa Fe. So this is a tool that you could utilize. And that, I believe, is up to $6,000 and it's for improvements or damages, et cetera. But something once those funds run out. I just want to say one thing, Councilor Castro, is that if the person that they go to live with refuses to fix that, I don't want them to live there either. You know, if it's
I understand.
a bad place, but what are we going to do about it? I'm just concerned about somebody that doesn't want to upgrade.
Right.
That's
Yeah, I understand.
Hang on, he was splitting his conversation. He was actually addressing Councilor Castro at that.
But I had the floor.
I understand, but we want to make it one person at a time. So go back to what you were doing. Okay.
So I just have one more question. So I'm assuming that the demographic we're dealing with is not in there's ways to proceed without the anti-donation clause coming into effect with giving this money to private property owners. But actually that doesn't make sense because a private property owner probably doesn't. How does that work? How does the anti-donation clause work? Have you encountered that?
Director Ladd.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, I think the property owner would have to take the voucher and then they're providing affordable housing, which is the exemption to the anti-donation.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, there are a lot of hands up. There's some people who haven't had a bite at the apple yet. Councilor Michael Garcia, did you want to weigh in before we go for another round with other folks? Sure, go ahead, Councilor Castro.
So in my opinion, it's the same as somebody who couldn't pay minimum wage and meet the minimum. Sorry, if you can't meet the minimum standards, you really can't be in business.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, we're in the public hearing section, which is more question and answer as opposed to us weighing in and debating on opinions, correct?
She was asked a question she was responding to a direct question. And it was a mixed dialogue. But let us try to do this in an orderly way. There's a lot of material being introduced, and I think we want to have an orderly discussion and consider it one bite at a time. And Councilor Michael Garcia, sir, you had your hand up. You haven't had a chance. Now is your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question around the funding source. Maybe Director Ladd, this is for you. Is this something that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund could supplement?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we've been talking about doing something like this for years and years. It could use it could be a program funded through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, but the recipient of the benefit would have to be obligated through some kind of agreement and have some kind of reporting requirement back to the city to show that they provided affordable housing. Otherwise, it is an anti-donation issue.
But that would be accepting the voucher, I think, as you said earlier. So the homeowner would not qualify unless they accepted a voucher, then they could apply to get the resources to make the necessary modifications. What other steps would be needed to be taken in this process?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I'm not entirely, I can't really do program design off the top of my head, but I think it's a really good question. So that would have to form how we went into the program design piece. I think we probably have a population of landlords here who are low income and would qualify for the assistance based on their own income. For other landlords, I would guess that we would try to set some sort of minimum time. So it's not just, oh, you have this renter for 1 year and now you've got a much nicer property to do whatever you want with. It would probably be some sort of a 5-year minimum or some kind of trade-off, right? Because they're providing a service to the city, but they're also getting a benefit.
Right. And so I guess just trying to figure out how we might be able to address some of the concerns with this legislation. We can refer them to supports provided through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And then outside of the legislation, we can design the program that would support the recipients. Because I'd hate for us to get too in the weeds with this legislation regarding time frame, et cetera, versus if a landlord needs to make the necessary upgrades, there is available resources through X, Y, and Z. And that way we're pointing folks or we can say something like not limited to, but we begin to point folks in the appropriate direction. The city then creates the program and we kind of go from there. And I don't want to put additional work on you, but I think, if we're trying to get this legislation through, we want to make sure it's as strong as possible. So.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I really appreciate that very much. We don't want to set ourselves up for failure. We don't want to set this regulation up for failure. I would be very wary of promising any kind of resources because the first step for this, from the city's perspective, the city, my office, we don't provide services or benefits directly to anybody. We would need a services provider to design and be willing to implement the program. And I don't know that we can start at the benefit side of this. I think we would really have to start from, hey, are there any landlords who are willing to do this and interested, and who are they and what kind of units do they have? And we'd almost have to do, we have more work to do. And I completely understand what you're saying. Like, we don't want to just pass this and not be clear on how we're going to support the requirements being met. So I guess I don't have a great answer, but there could be a way to either phase in the implementation of the requirement or outline steps we want to do first before it becomes applicable, or pass it and cross our fingers and do a lot of work quickly and hope to get it running before anyone needs it.
Oh, and if there was 10 Alex lads in your office doing the job, I'd feel confident, but I know you're stretched thin and definitely don't want to put that burden on you and your team. So I think that's where we've got to figure out how to potentially amend this legislation to address the concerns and ultimately make sure that it is successful long-term. That way we're not coming back and amending this. And so that's all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
So.
Go ahead, Councilor Castro, and then did you put your hand up again?
Yeah, point of order. I think you've got to get out of the public hearing before you do what I think you're going to do.
What is it she's doing? I don't know.
My question was going to be, if we could get out of the public hearing, I was going to actually retract my motion and see if we can't send this back to quality of life for some amendments, but yeah.
I want to make sure that the part of the learning process that we're engaged in right now that's very constructive isn't short-circuited, but I hear where you're going. And I see Councilor Cassett's hand is up. I don't know if that's to further pursue information and dialogue, or if you have a different point you'd like to pursue at this time.
Further question, although I think that we are all trending in the same direction as to where we're going to go with this bill this evening. But I did notice that Mr. Schwagel also, he had put up his hand in response to, I think, some of the questions. So I would love to hear your perspective, Mr. Schwagel, on this, as I know that you're doing some work in this arena.
Well, that's Mr. Bacon. You're talking about.
No, Mr. Schwagel on Zoom.
I
Dylan?
know, but
Oh, yeah.
Counselor Garcia was pointing at Mr. Bacon. And I know you were asking about the Zoom person who had done outreach here in Santa Fe.
Mhm.
I understand, but that's not where we're going at the moment. So is Schwegel still there? And your hand was up to weigh in on some of this dialogue?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so I think the other two gentlemen, they do raise interesting points about you know, the question of uh certain landlords that may not have the same funds as a larger landlord or landlord company, certainly, and the obligations that they would have in the event that something like this were to go through in terms of maintenance and upkeep of the apartment or housing unit, et cetera. Um, I will just say that in my experience with this sort of thing, overwhelmingly, this kind of issue of income discrimination tends to happen with um, larger landlords, landlord companies. These vouchers themselves have a lot of obligations and oftentimes onerous requirements that are put on the tenants themselves. The process of getting these vouchers for the tenants is not an easy or simple process. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of paperwork, a lot of legwork, a lot of gathering information on their end. So it is a two-way street for both the landlord and the tenant. And I think that one of the gentlemen had also mentioned that voucher holders do tend to be better tenants, and that is because there's a lot of regulations that are placed on them and what's expected of them as well. You know, I believe in, you know, fairness for small landlords as well. But let's be clear here that this issue is an issue that is overwhelmingly relevant in the case of larger, wealthier landlord companies who make these policy decisions or have these unofficial practices in their businesses where they will deny these vouchers because of their larger long-term business model, or in some of the most um, uh, some of the worst case situations, existing tenants that fall behind on the rent for whatever reason, who simply are they are denied from paying their rent with these programs because their landlord refuses to accept it. And that oftentimes these things intersect with other forms of discrimination. In my experience, this kind of thing intersects with discrimination based on sex. Overwhelmingly, single mothers that are on these vouchers are the victims of these kinds of practices. Racial minorities are the victims of these practices. People with mental and physical disabilities are the victims of these practices. So I think that there is interesting conversation to have and further legislation around financial resources for landlords that can't not afford that. But I think it's just important to keep the the full context here that this legislation is uh, creating a greater enforcement mechanism or means of intervening in what are um, increasingly harmful business practices that, let's be clear, result in people becoming homeless or staying homeless.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there a question for Mr. Bacon? I know he'd like to weigh in, but it'd be nice to have him address a question rather than open mic. Counselor Garcia.
Sure, Mr. Bacon, I saw you waving your hands if you wanted to respond to some of the dialogue. So if you have a response, feel free to take the floor.
I just want to agree with what Dylan said. I happen to know him personally, and we worked out in the field together. And what we don't want to lose sight on is there is discrimination happening, and that it's happening on a regular basis. And, you know, there are a lot of apartments complexes mom and pops that do accept vouchers and that are accepting vouchers. And we don't want to lose sight of that. And they're not necessarily spending $7,000 per unit to fix them up. Okay. So I just don't want to lose sight of the fact that we're, you know, civic vouchers, county vouchers, linkages. I have to do a monthly visit and inspect that unit, and the state compensates my service through the service provider. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
I don't want to lose
Yeah.
sight of the fact that there is discrimination going on.
Absolutely. And I think we all know from direct testimony and being out in the field that Santa Fe historically has vouchers that we are unable to find homes for. And they go begging and they expire, and they are a wasted resource insofar as the people are holding on to these vouchers, but are prevented from finding a place to apply them. And as has been said many times, those renters would be excellent tenants. They would be a guaranteed source of income and revenue, and they would be very well behaved, perhaps even better behaved than what the market would serve up. And yet the system doesn't recognize that. And so I think what we're working on is a way of, on the one hand, acknowledging and short-circuiting the discrimination that currently takes place, and acknowledging the issues that have been raised tonight about some of the concerns. And maybe the solution is to expand our vision and see a bigger picture, see a bigger playing field, and seize the opportunity to do more rather than nothing, or a remedy that doesn't really step into the moment we're in, where we have renters who would be great renters, but they can't get their vouchers recognized. So I think we're all trying to make a very wise path forward that serves the needs of renters and voucher holders, and at the same time doesn't collapse the opportunity for them to use that inadvertently. I will at this point close the public hearing part. I think we've had a really rich conversation. Again, this is the second night in a row where the governing body has been beneficiaries of great input. And I will then turn to Councilor Castro.
I believe I seconded, so I will retract my second.
Councilor Cassett, your hand is up.
Yeah, I don't believe that we actually have to remove our initial. Councilor Merrill-Worth?
Yeah, I think you do,
Our
because it
level
was a
thirty.
motion to approve. So you gotta
Okay.
pull that back, because you're gonna make a motion to
Send back.
send it back to somewhere
Yep.
on a date certain.
Okay, I will remove my motion to approve.
And the second will
Already did.
do that. Well, you gotta do it in the right order. That's why you can't.
I'll
remember
retract
second.
my second.
Then you
And
need a
then-
new
And
motion.
now we need to entertain a new motion.
I would like to make a motion to send it back to quality of life, but I'd actually like to send it back to the quality of life on June 19th, as I would like adequate time to be able to dive into this issue and potentially draft up some amendments. So move to send back to quality of life on June 19th.
And I will second.
There's a motion and a second to refer the bill back to the Quality of Life Committee with ample time to do some additional work, which would mean it would be on the agenda for the 19th of June.
Mayor,
Council-
can we discuss the motion?
Yes.
So I'm wondering if it shouldn't, I'm now wondering if it shouldn't also go to finance, because I'm concerned that there's a fiscal impact, or potentially a fiscal impact.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how you're going to deal with that piece, but I think it's important that we have some sense of what the solution, what the possible solutions are.
Okay, so I'm happy to amend my motion to go to quality of life on the 19th and finance on the 24th.
Councilor Castro?
I'm just concerned that at this point, there isn't necessarily a fiscal impact. Now, I know there might be if we amend it But if there isn't any, it might not have to go. So should we wait till quality of life and see if there's a fiscal impact?
We could, because of the timing of the agendas and how the agendas need to be structured, it probably would be best to put this on the schedule now. If there's not a fiscal impact, finance can simply leave it on consent and not address it and pass it on consent.
Good point. Okay, so the motion now, as amended, includes a referral to finance as a next stop before it comes back to the governing body. Is there discussion on that motion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you, and thanks for everybody for your input and your constructive engagement. It's been very, very helpful for all of us, and I think we agree on where we're going. I think we want to work on getting there in a way that is as constructive and productive as possible. Madam Clerk, the next item on the agenda is one that I want to get some guidance from our deputy city or assistant city attorney on, given what we know about the excise tax at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body. Given the determination of the court right now, I would recommend that this the consideration of this bill 2024-6 be removed from the agenda pending any further action in the courts. Until we have a resolution, I don't recommend amending an ordinance.
So simply remove it from the agenda entirely.
I think that's the better recommendation. The other option would be to postpone it to a date certain, but without knowing any particular date, I think removing it right now is prudent.
So postpone it indefinitely? What would be the proper motion at this time then?
I think to amend the agenda to remove it from consideration present.
Okay, I'd entertain a
Point, wait a minute, point of order.
yeah.
The problem is we already approved the agenda. So
We have to take an action on it.
Then postponing indefinitely, perhaps.
Yeah, but that, yeah. I think because you don't want to lay it on the table because that's a temporary thing. You don't want to do to a date certain because we don't have a date certain. So probably late.
Mr. Mayor,
Well,
Yeah.
what if you postponed it to the next city council meeting, and at that point, at the beginning of the meeting on the agenda, you could choose to remove it and amend the agenda?
yeah, and we can also research options
Yeah.
for what to
Okay,
do,
that's
because I
fine.
don't know.
You can
whether
put it to a certain date and then take action 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, because I don't know whether we want to. Yeah, I don't know what we want to do.
Okay.
We need a little research time on what to do.
I think the city manager's suggestions is a viable one. Why don't we entertain a motion
So
to,
I move to postpone this item to the next governing body meeting.
Second.
could you call a roll on the motion, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. The next item, please.
Next item on the agenda is item 21, appointments. 21A is appointments to the Planning Commission.
Move to approve?
Second.
Counselor Lindell has a point.
So, Madam Clerk, we have two people with the Planning Commission. One of them we have a resume for, the other one we don't. Did they submit anything for a reappointment?
The planning, Maggie Moore from the Planning and Land Use Department is the one who submitted it. We put in what she gave us. So I believe one was a letter and the other was a resume.
One of them, I only have something for, Peter Smith. I have absolutely nothing for Sheb Morando. Okay, so I was just asking, we could proceed.
Well, hold on a second, though. So these are reappointments.
I know, but we need to clean this up. We ought to,
But I think we need a motion to postpone the appointment for, we do not have a resume until the next meeting. That's possible. I don't want to vote him down just because he doesn't have a resume in the packet, because we don't know why there's no resume.
well, we have a motion on the floor. Okay. Let's entertain it. Counselor Lee Garcia, and then I'll entertain a motion.
Well, unless this body wants to pass these, unless this body wants to.
The point is, these are both reappointments. They have been through the process once. They've been serving on the planning commission. It is not, I don't like the fact that the paperwork isn't there. I agree.
Right, so, I mean, I don't want to vote anybody down because the paperwork's not in there, because we don't know why it was not in there. Was it a clerical error? Was it their error? Was it just didn't get quite to the right place at the right time? I don't know.
Was the motion to approve both of them?
Yes.
When does their term expire?
Well, no, the current
For,
term.
The current
Um,
term.
Their current term is expired, is already.
So then that would not allow them to make any kind of rulings if there are any planning commission meetings. And so thus it would either need to be recused, step out until they are confirmed by this governing body. So
I guess, I mean, Sheb Morando, again, it is a reappointment. He is a local architect. He has been serving. We do know who he is.
Well, Counselor Cassett, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councilor Garcia's point, I believe in the establishing, I'd have to look at the establishing legislation for planning commission, but I know for some of the other resident advisory committees, this is a little different, that people continue to serve until they've been replaced, even if their term is up. So I do not think that that would be a concern here. Although I would need to confirm that with land use. So we should be able to postpone until the information's in there without it having a negative impact on planning commission being able to do their work.
Madam Clerk?
Mayor and members of the governing body, if I may, that was an error on our part. I do have Mr. Mirando's resume. I can include in the packet and email it to you right now.
Can we go to the other appointments and come back while that email is traveling through the air?
Move to lay this on the table?
Second.
There's a motion to lay this on the table while emails are traveling through the air. Can we call the roll on the motion?
That was actually.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Let's take up the next appointment then, Madam Clerk.
Next appointment is 21B to the Santa Fe Public Library Board, Megan McGarity, appointment term ending July 2025, and Tamina Painter, appointment term ending July 2027.
Move to approve.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Their discussion? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on the motion, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you.
Give me 1 second.
All right, very good, Madam Clerk. Oh, look at that. It just arrived in my inbox, although it probably has to clear has to get landing rights because it hasn't, my attachment may not be safe.
While we're doing that, can I make a motion to remove item 21A off the table?
Second.
Yes, there's a motion and a second to remove item 21A from the table. Madam Clerk, are you in a position to call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
terrific. Has that item now, it's now opening for us. We can see the background, resume, and experience of the candidate.
Move to approve the planning commission candidates.
Did we,
Second.
Second.
oh, we had a motion. Yeah, we had a prior motion. We just,
But you had to withdraw so that you could table it.
yeah. Okay, let's start over. Is there a motion? A new motion?
Wait.
Still have the prior motion because the original motion wasn't rescinded. We just made the motion to table it. So we're
So
just
it's-
hearing the
back
original.
We're back at the beginning. Okay. So there's a motion, there's a second, and there is a resume. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
very good. And I believe, Madam Clerk, that completes this evening's agenda.
Yes, it does, Mayor.
And we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Very productive, and I appreciate everybody's hard